Okay, yes, I'm hydrating. I've got my water. It's got ice in it. It's good. Right, so let me move some stuff around. Ooh. The music suddenly cut out. Okay. That seems louder now. Hold on. Alright, I think that's where... I don't know why the video suddenly cut out. Whatever. No, here. Do. That's showing up is... Hopefully now that is... Alright, volume... to drop 100. Okay. As I mentioned there before, no, wrong stuff. He disappeared. Huh? Hold on. A sec. Okay. All right. Have you moved? There we go. Okay. And... okay. I'm gonna pop over to this. In 1 second. Change that to... right. Let me change that to just chatting then. So for tier list. So I mentioned before, I've had a good bit of time to read in the last while, just with the way the job has worked out. But, oh wait, actually I need to make these things fit. I need to keep... oh. Yes, thank you. Stretch. That was stretch. I thought I was check posture. Anyway, I'm gonna have to fiddle with this a little bit. You know. Only a moment. The chat in OBS isn't working, so I need to put that in a window that I can see there. That can take that and transform. It's just and oh, there we go. Welcome to me talking about other books I've read in the last while. You're all going to listen. None of them have been, like, terrible. So, okay. As I said, I've spent some time reading books. Actually, fuck it, if I'm going to be... No, I'm going to be talking on the screen. Yeah, no, I should set up. I'm going to be chatting for a while, then I just need to have the camera set, because otherwise you just be talking and looking at a static image, basically, so... there we go. Me. Hello. Wait, have a stretch and posture check? Since when? Okay, never mind. Yeah, big stretch. Big stretch. Right. Right. I hope you're all ready for a bunch of book recommendations. Yeah, so I've read a good bit in the last while, and I want to just talk about some of these because, like, my sisters and my mum especially read a lot as well, but they don't read a lot of the same stuff I do. They read a good bit of the same stuff, but I've not had much time to talk about all of it and, like, what's been good, what's been, like, mediocre, what's been okay. So, I'm not going to go through these in, like... I'm not going to go through these in, like, the order I've read them, but some of these are, like... I'm going to look at it and go, oh, now I've finished talking about this one, I want to talk about this next one, because it's related in some way, either thematically or by author or what have you. So, yeah. Let's start with one that wasn't amazing, just so I can get out of the way. Colin Whitehead, Zone 1. It says... I think it's like from... So, Colin Whitehead wrote Underground, which was pretty good, and Nickel Boys, which I thought was very good. They're some of his more recent books. I've actually not read any of his other novels except for Zone 1. Zone 1 is a zombie post-apocalyptic book. You know, like it's... I think it's like from 2008 or something, and it's like... I was reading, like... I'll talk about how I picked these books actually in a minute, but like it was on a list and I went, oh, I'll go off and read it. I've liked his other two books. It's just very like, yeah. It's like there's nothing new to it. It's set in New York when it's been kind of barricaded off from a zombie horde, and I can't remember the main character's name. I actually should have Goodreads open so I can reference stuff as I see it, just in case I can't quite remember. Some of these books I've not read, like I read a while ago, so I might not be able to talk about all of them in great detail. We turn the music down? Yes, we can. Okay, how's that now? Is that too much, or is that grand? Can't hear it now. Okay. I've done too much then. Okay, what about there? Yeah, again, I'm getting still sorting things out. I ended up changing some settings around on my mixer, so some stuff is a bit... Also, like, because the way of some stuff set up, I'm not hearing it to the same volume. Okay, could go up some more. Okay, let's bump it up to about there then. Right, I'll leave it there for the moment. You can tell me if it needs to go up again. Anyway, Zone 1. It's a zombie story. It's okay. It was fine. It just wasn't very... it just wasn't very new. There was nothing in it that was like unique. I felt like. Again, I think it's from like, let me look it up. When it's from? I think it's from like the first decade of this century. So maybe it's so. But it very much felt like this is. Like the few reviews I was reading were very much like, this is a book. These are reviews from people who don't read genre fiction, or aren't as familiar with it. So like maybe it does feel kind of new and refreshing to them, but like, oh, whatever to me. 2011 actually, so it's even more recent. Like come on, that's after fucking like Walking Dead and all that stuff started coming out. So like, I don't know. It felt a bit like, yeah, it was fine. He's a good writer. It just wasn't doing much for me. And that's one kind of like, that's towards the bottom, and it's still only like, and it's still like a, that's good. Let me just see which one catches my eye here that I can talk about. I was going to say about Black Dogs by Ian McEwan, so I'll leave that for a bit. So I'm going to end up talking about a bunch of his books. Let me talk about... This is actually one I just finished the other day. Sophie Hardach, sorry. Confession of Blue Horses. Am I going to put this? Probably in like one of these two. It's probably in the worth reading thing. So like, it's not like I thought it was good. It wasn't like blown me out of the water, but I thought it was still pretty good in what it was. It's a novel about a woman who's trying to find out. Like whose family attempted at one point to flee East Germany and were captured, and then the kind of fallout from that is that her youngest brother was forcibly removed from her family and adopted when she doesn't know what happened to them. Anytime, like, this is set in 2010 now, when she's older, and she's trying to find out what happened to her brother, and also what happened to her mother when she was put in prison after this attempt to escape. It's pretty good. It's a good little kind of like, it's very much kind of based on kind of the stories of the Stasi and their like informer networks and stuff like that. It becomes very clear at a point that it's about trying to figure out like who turned them in, or like was there like, or are they being, or is she being paranoid and thinking that someone might have attempted to like derail their plans, and like is she kind of perpetuating this idea of like the Stasi and the state is having this deep view into the family. It's a good book. It was relatively short as well. But it was quite good. Okay, there's that. What's the other Jesmyn Ward book? Actually, before I talk about Sing and Bird Sing, actually no, I will talk about this one first, and then I'll move on. Sing and Bird Sing by Jesmyn Ward. Let me just make sure I've had the synopsis kind of right in my head. Where's that? There we are. Just so I can remind myself where they are. This is about a am I right in thinking this is about, yeah, this is, oh wait, got to read something being slow. Come on. Oh yeah. Yeah, so this is the family in Mississippi. I was trying to remember. Right, so this is just, so this is very good. It's the long and short of it. So this is a book set in Mississippi. It's actually funny because this is the second book that she's written in this kind of with kind of this place. They're not the two novels aren't linked together, like kind of narratively. It's just kind of through theme and setting that they're kind of linked. So this follows the story of a family. This is Jojo Kayla, who's his little sister, who's only a baby, basically. Their mother, and then the grandparents. It's specifically these kids, like their mother is black, their father is white. There is, as you might imagine, tension between the especially in the father's family, and it's just a short kind of like, in one sense, it's a road trip story, because it's about the mother basically kind of like, what she seems to do is periodically roll back into her children's lives and then kind of roll on out again. In this case, she's decided that when she rolls on out, she's going to take her kids with her, but it's, there's this whole like act of like, where's she going? She's going to score and then go off and try to get back together with her husband and all this sort of stuff. But the unburied in the title and the Sing Unburied Sing is because the ghosts of this family are still around and make their presence known to Jojo, who's the son, and the mother at various times, and just just kind of put into context what is happening and how kind of very literally the ghosts of the past are like keeping them where they are in the present. It's a very, very good, like, this is the first novel of Jesmyn Ward's I've read. I thought it was really well written. I really liked it. The characters are brilliantly well written, and it's just a very good little like snapshot of a family where they are. Now that's the first of hers I've read. The second, but then I also went off and read another of hers, which is somewhere on here. Where are you? Some of these covers are different to what I remember seeing, so... There we are. Oh yeah, there we are. Salvage the Bones, that's her other one. So... Excellent. So this is actually... So I said Sing Unburied Sing was the second one that she kind of written in the setting. Salvage the Bones is actually the first of them. Salvage the Bones is set in... Again, it's I believe it's still Mississippi. And it's again like a family kind of trying to struggle through stuff. It's oh gosh, I kind of... So, all right, first thing we're going to say, there's the... Before I kind of like, I kind of don't want to go into detail on this one because one, it's kind of about the detail, because the bigger picture is this is right before Hurricane Katrina washes in. And we know this because if you read the back of the book, it says it and it constantly references it in the book. But of course, the characters don't know how that's going to affect them. So that's the big thing that's sitting there on the horizon the entire time as you're reading it. But in the moment-to-moment, the one thing I will say about this book is, despite it being excellent, part of it is the family do run like a dogfighting thing, and there is a lot of like references to like animal cruelty and violence in it. So it's a bit of a tough one to get through if that's going to I'll set you. Speaking of animal violence, On Earth We're Briefly Wonderful, which is, where are you on my list? On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous, sorry. It's fine. So This is by Ocean Vuong. It's the story. So it's the story is told by a son writing in English who knows his Vietnamese mother cannot read it. It's about this family who migrate to the United States immediately preceding the end of the Vietnamese invasion. Or the US invasion of Vietnam, I should say. And it's about this kid just kind of growing up and figuring out some stuff. It's written in a style that I'm kind of in two minds of. It's painting the portrait of the son and his mother and their relationship with each other, by kind of like taking it. It's very much each chapter is kind of a short story in the life. There obviously there's a thematic and narrative through line, but each kind of event is kind of listed, and some of them then match them with bits of the lives of the parents and the grandparents and other family members, and kind of thematic link. Excuse me. And then occasionally it just like goes off in a bit of a different direction, including a very distressing bit about the eating of monkey brains, which was maybe the most upsetting thing I've ever read in a book. It's still good, but it wasn't like... I definitely had some like moments about the way the narrative was written. This was more like the style didn't work for me. I felt the overall like the book itself was good. I just like didn't click with the story it was telling. Let's see, just because my mouse hovered over it for a minute. Burial Rites. Yeah, I'm going to put that in there. So Burial Rites, in short, is the story of the last woman to be executed in Iceland, when it was still a Danish colony. You might imagine it focuses a lot on death and the state's role in, violence, and because of the time it's set in the late 18th century. Am I remembering that correctly? Let me open up my list here and have a quick look and see. Early 1829. There I am. That's where it's at. So obviously there's a lot of, there's a lot to do with like the role of, kind of, kind of like the kind of, what's the best way of putting this? The kind of the class and gendered prejudices that existed in Iceland at the time, along with like its kind of role as a colony of Denmark, and how that affects how it was able to deal and treat people in its own way. Again, it is based on real events, but obviously it is fully a work of fiction. But I thought it was very good. It just was like one of those ones where I was like, I got to the end of that one. This is a good book, and I definitely feel recommending it to people. In terms of books that were like, yeah, okay, fine. Mary Costello's Academy Street was like... I think the problem is I feel like I've read a dozen books that are very similar, and they've all been written by Colm McCann or Sebastian Barry, who will be both of whom we'll be talking about in a minute, and they just do it better, I think. It's about a woman leaving Ireland in the what year? I want to say like late 40s, I think. Trying to think what kind of like age she is by the end of it. I'm moving to the United States, Academy Street in New York. Oh God. I like the what goes on with her family as as she settles into a new country. Like it's fine. It just didn't grab me, and I feel like I've read this exact same story in a better way. Yeah, late 40s according. Oh, well, it just says 40s. So yeah, okay. I think, yeah, this, okay, so I'm rereading the summary and I'm going, this is a book that actually started strong, because the start of it starts with her mother dying, and where she feels her place as a child is in the family. Immediately after that, then, like, very shortly after that, she's shipped off to the US. It's, that whole, like, introductory bit of the novel is actually very good, and then it just kind of feels like it wanes very quickly, where it becomes a bit more like not melodramatic, but like just kind of like a little rote. It's actually probably the better way of describing it. Actually, yeah, so pretty much the opposite of melodrama. It just feels a bit like, yeah. Flying to Nowhere. Probably here. That's the best way to describe this book. It is about this is a book which has like a very kind of, I think, deliberately slightly unclear like place in history. So, okay, it is about, so the topical story is, there's an island off the coast of Wales, there's an old monastery there, or an abbey, I can't quite remember which. No, it's a monastery. And a priestess, there's meant to be a well on this island, which is, which has, like, curative properties. It's meant to be very, like, it's meant to attract pilgrims and all sorts. A bunch of pilgrims have just gone missing, and a priestess is dispatched to figure out why don't they seem to have returned to their old lives. And part of that is the monastery and its role in the society. Why I say it's a bit out of time, like it's not clear at the time, in that, like, one is it's very clearly not in a modern era, but the way in which this monastery runs and kind of operates is like very clear. It seems like a Catholic monastery, but it's unclear. Like, basically, I can't tell when this is meant to be set. Really, I don't think it's deliberate. It's meant to be about like this kind of, like, it kind of just pulls a bit of a not quite a twist halfway through, but it very, like, it goes from the beginning of this book being about, like, well, the mystery here is what's happened to these pilgrims who have disappeared, and then very quickly on you realize what's actually happened, and then it's like, oh, here is what we're actually going to look at as a concept in terms of, like, religious orders and isolation and kind of I suppose like kind of monoculture, and its role in maintaining I suppose kind of maintaining a state of or a certain type of governance, I suppose, for want of a better term. It's good. It's short. It's actually also very short. It's a quick read. I can't think what's the author's name again. I was not familiar with him. John Fuller. I think he's like I want to say he's actually he's a poet and like a playwright, and this is his first novel. It's from like the 70s, I think. I might be getting that wrong, but no, I quite like that. Oh, I did say I was going to tell you how I like how I end up picking the books I do read. So this actually goes back a few. So the long and short of it is, I've been reading recently mostly books which appear on like prize lists. So like the Booker Prize, the Women's Prize for Fiction, the Costa Book Awards, and the Impact Dublin Literary Award. So it all started a few years ago. I was watching something while I was at my parents' place, and there was something about the Booker Prize. I went, oh, I actually don't know that I've read many books that have been like awarded prizes. And I looked up and went, no, actually I've read a few of these, but there's tons here like I've heard the name of it, I should go and read. And I put together a list, and then I added those other competitions, and then I started adding shortlists. And then I realised, because the Booker had been hadn't been open to American authors up until 2014, and the Women's Prize and the Costa Prize are based in the UK as well, that there was kind of a bit of a lack of some American authors. I went, well, then I go find another list, and there was this there's a website I found which gave me like recent like kind of stuff from like, I think it was the first the last decade, or was it the last 2 decades? Anyway, like some period of the last century anyway, of American, or like, well, no, it was actually all authors, it wasn't just American, but there's a lot of American authors in America. Okay, I'll add this to my list now. So I had a lot of books to read and or kind of tip through, and then a few of these are like just books that my parents and my sister had by authors that I want to read. I don't know if that Donal Ryan novel, All We Shall Know, was nominated for anything, but it was there in my parents' place, and I've read some of the Donal Ryan stuff before, so there, read that as well. So the Booker has been going since like 1969. It's the one people kind of know about. It's a weird competition. I won't go into like all the like specific controversy and shit with that, but like the Booker is it's become a more interesting prize, I think, as I've read a lot. Like if I go back, like I've read some of the older Booker Prize winners, and like they're uniformly kind of just like mediocre books, but they're very clearly about topics that certain Booker judges are just interested in, even if the topics are actually kind of like very specific to a certain class of English people, and that's kind of it. The Costa Prize, which actually like they actually ran out of funding this year, and this was the last year of it. Kind of like, and that happened out of the blue. It was actually a bit more like there's a kind of more public vote on that, so there tends to be a bit more variance in that. And the Costa founders given me a few more interesting reads. The Dublin Literary Award, or what was formerly the Impact Award, is sponsored by Dublin City Council, and that's actually kind of an interesting between the Costa and the Booker. So firstly, the Booker and the Costa Prize both require that the book be published in English, and there's like no like, and also the Booker has restrictions on where they can be like from and stuff like that. The author can be from and all that sort of stuff. But the Impact is like, well, the Dublin Prize is open to basically any work that has been published in English, no matter what the original language was, as long as the original novel was published, and I think it's been the last 5 years, and then the translation came out within the last 2. It is eligible for the Dublin Literary Prize, and it's also, I think, the only prize I know of that specifically has a certain portion of it earmarked for the translator. So it's a 100k prize, and 25, if the novel is translated, then 25% of that goes to the translator, and the remaining 3/4 goes to the novelist. So you get kind of a lot more wider stuff in that, but that's actually one that the public and libraries libraries submit the novels they want to see discussed as part of it, and a lot of libraries will actually take public votes and stuff on that, so a lot of stuff gets through. There is a final judging panel, but again, you can get a lot more kind of broad nominees. The problem is, the only issue with the Dublin is that's actually, the price of that is or it's open to novels published within the last 2 years, which means a lot of the time stuff like the Booker, which is open for, and Costa, which are open for for nominees for books published in the last year, end up on the shortlist for the Dublin anyway. So some people have kind of complained about that. I think it's whatever, it's fine. But I do see, as I went through my list of stuff, a lot of stuff that had appeared on the Booker appeared on the Dublin prize at points as well. But that's also true of the Costa. The Women's Prize is, as the name suggests, it is a prize that was specifically for, again, it's got all the same rules basically as the Costa, or the, in terms of like, it's got to be in English and blah blah blah, but it also has to be written by a woman. This, as you might imagine, it is an English-based award, so when they say it's got to be published by a woman, or written by a woman, this, of course, in the last few years became an issue. Let me find the exact book. Where is it now? There we go. Freshwater. Just up here. Was nominated for the Women's Prize in, what year did that come out? it was like 2018, 19. I think it's one of those two. Anyway, I get into the book itself in a moment. I'll just talk about this first. The author, Kweke Emezi, I think that's how you pronounce it. They identify as non-binary. Now, they didn't at the time the book was first published, and in fact, the edition of it I read still had like she, her pronouns in the author description. So, you know, this was something that was kind of ongoing in their life as they were kind of figuring some stuff out themselves. This book was nominated for the Women's Prize, again, despite the author being non-binary. And at the time, Emezi was kind of like, yeah, all right, I'll, you know, except there was some discussion back and forth. They were like, well, would would someone who had been, you know, with an AMAP person who identified as non-binary also be eligible for it? But like, it kind of blew over a bit, and I think, like, again, this was nominated for it. I don't think it won it, but like, again, it was like, it was kind of like, okay, well, we're gonna leave it there for the moment. And then one of the next novels by Emezi, I think it actually was the next novel. In fact, I think this is their debut novel. The next novel then, which was The Death of Vivek Oji, which is, and again, I'll talk about both of these in a second. Gosh, am I even gonna just try this? This was also nominated, but the judges, or I suppose more the panel that runs and manages the prize, decided that this was to be nominated. This was nominated for the long list, but in order to reach the short list, the judges stated that any author who was nominated for it would need to provide proof of the gender they were assigned at birth, and understandably, amazing, and quite a number of others went, excuse me, and said, fuck that. The book was basically said, no, I'm not gonna let you know. I don't care about your damn prize. Fuck that. And again, like I said, quite understandably. So the Women's Prize for Fiction is, let's say, become a bit of a mixed bag recently. But, well, it's not a mixed bag. It's these two books, both of which are more than well worth reading. Freshwater, like I said, is the debut novel, and it's very interesting because I'm kind of like I read Vivek Oji first, and then I went back and read this one. I'd read about the author in the meantime, and then when Freshwater went, okay. So Freshwater, so Emezi is a Nigerian author. Freshwater specifically deals with a person. So, I've read a few novels by Nigerian authors. So like the kind of. So it was actually kind of like, I recognize some of the details here. There is about a girl who was born, but her spirit remains open to, let's describe kind of the other side in a sense, and becomes kind of a vessel for a number of personalities. And it's kind of this. It's interesting because basically by the end of this book, it is a perspective of non-binary or agender or I suppose I suppose generally just non-binary kind of identities from the framework of like Nigerian culture and kind of, I suppose, more specifically like Igbo culture. I think it is. And then you read about Emezi's life and go, a good bit of this is like very clearly biographical. But that's a good. That's a very good. It is very good. It is well written. It is like it's actually one of these ones I say just go off and read it. Death of Vivek Oji then is like the follow up to that, and it is again a book about gender and identity, and it takes a while before you realise that. Or maybe it will, depending on kind of how far you are into that before you kind of read and go, well, hold on a moment, this is what it's about. The like kind of framing of it is this man Vivek Oji is found dead on his doorstep, and his parents, but primarily his mother, who is I can't remember where she's from now. Anyway, she's not. The mother is not Nigerian. The father is, and like so. There's already kind of this like outsiderness to him and the family, and it's about the kind of lead up to what seems to be a violent death, and his community that he's found in this kind of group of children who are also the children of non-Nigerian parents. God, I kind of don't want to say more about it because it really it kind of becomes more impactful the more you read of it. I'm going to leave that one up there. It's just. It is a damn good book. It is amazingly good. Kind of in a similar vein, but I like in the sense of like kind of like someone a death and like the follow on from that. Hurricane Season by, let me find the author's name here because I can't read off that image. Fernanda Melchor. This is she. Mexican. Okay, she's a Mexican author. It is a small village in Mexico with a woman known as a witch. She is found dead in a river, and it's kind of how did she become the witch and how did she end up dead? That's the story of it. This is a novel, like, again, like I said, I tend to just kind of sit back and read a bunch of stuff. If I've got like 5 minutes here or there at work, I kind of like read a bit. this is a book that I feel like just needed like there's books I've read where like the formatting and the structure of even like the chapters and stuff, or even like a lack of chapters, like has felt like it's kind of made or been like thematically worked for the story. This just had like, this is just kind of very much blocks of text. I just kind of felt like, yeah, like it was a book that was hard to read. Not in like it's tough going. It was like actually the structure of it was like difficult, and I don't know if it's like that in Spanish, and maybe the translation kind of like does something with it. I don't know. I wasn't gripped by it. Like I felt it was like I liked what I was reading of it, but it just couldn't. I just couldn't get a good like. I couldn't get my teeth into it. But it's still fine. It's fine. You know what? Let's throw a couple of more meh books onto here, and I can talk about the two of them together because they're both by the same author. There is Doctor's Wife. There you are. Brian Moore, 2 novels here. Liza Silence, The Doctor's Wife. The book kind of equal in the meh scale. Okay, so I said before, the Booker Prize is kind of odd. Man, okay. Where do I start? Brian Moore is an Irish-Canadian author. He's lived most of his life in Canada, in fact. Like the vast majority, I think he moved there when he was like in his like very young, like 5 or 6 or something. The Liza Silence is about a hotel manager in... Is it Belfast? I can't remember if it's even Belfast now. Hold on. Goodreads, tell me. Yes, it is Belfast. Okay. Okay, so this book is written in 1990. Or probably late 80s, but it's published in 1990. It's about a hotel manager in a hotel in Belfast, and his wife and himself are detained in their home by members of the, well, soon to be the Provisional IRA, just as the IRA, just in a minute, and he's forced to drive a car bomb to the hotel at which he works, in what is apparently an attempt to assassinate a unionist politician loosely based on Ian Paisley. He don't like it. Gosh. Okay. There's a whole like subplot where he's having an affair. And he's actually like planning to leave the night they like himself and his wife get detained, and he's like trying to disguise this, and also then like he foils the bomb plot by like potentially risking his wife's life to like call in there's a bomb and like rescue the people from the hotel and all this sort of stuff. And then it becomes clear that he's the reason that the plot failed, and that it's actually like it's a perfectly mediocre thriller, and I don't understand why it's nominated for a Booker Prize, except for the fact that it's set in Belfast during the late 80s, and that someone thought that, oh, we need to have a book that's about, the current issues in Northern Ireland, but it's not a very good one. There's a lot of little things about this book. So the two that stick out to me are, okay, so as I mentioned, the main character is having an affair. The woman he's having an affair with is this Canadian lady who's, I think, interning at the BBC or some other news outlet. And God, it's so, like, okay, so there's, again, like, there's a lot of little things. The main thing that sticks out, there's two things that stick out in my mind. The first is that characters repeatedly refer to tissues as Kleenex, which is not something that you do if you're, like, Irish or British. That's a US thing. That's a North American thing. And the only character, like, the character who doesn't fucking do it, like, I think it's the main character and his wife both said, the only character who doesn't, like, ever ask for a Kleenex is the fucking Canadian. And it's just one of those things you go, like, well, come the fuck on. No, this, like, if you're going to write this thing that is ostensibly about LA and, like, the North, then just at least know the damn thing. Like, it's very, like, it's very much like kind of based on, like, kind of a very, like, exaggerated idea of what the IRA were capable of in terms of, like, their network of informers, and, like, not only the North, but, like, in the rest of Ireland and the UK. But there's a point where, all right, so like I said, the whole thing is then, like, he foils it. He falls this bomb threat, and, like, he now... Oh god, I'm sorry, I'm remembering more of the book as I go into it. I'm not going to talk more, but I'm just going to say this bit, and I'll leave it at that, and then I'll move on to the next one of his, which I also didn't like. But, you know, that's probably better of the two. There's a bit where he's talking to someone who's very clearly a go-between, like, say, like, like, civilians and people who are, like, and like, members of the IRA. And he kind of presents himself to the main character as someone who's, like, you know, trying to, like, maybe help out or something. And he refers to the Ra. And the main character goes, the Ra? And this guy is starting and goes, yes, the IRA. The main character goes, oh, well, maybe that's what your folks call them. But it's like, man, like, who the fuck doesn't know, like, the Irish women's football team are currently being investigated by UEFA for singing a well-known chant which goes, ooh-ah, up the Ra. Like, calling the IRA the Ra is not not necessarily a sign of allegiance, but it's also definitely not something that, like, someone who lived in Belfast in the late 90s would not have heard or be familiar with. Look, I'm not going to go... Look, it's not very good. It's not very good. It is a mediocre thriller. It is not a very good book. It's like, whatever. It's not worth reading. It just frustrated me. Doctor's Wife, less bad. The problem is it kind of opens as a, like, God, how do I... It presents itself as a mystery in the first chapter, which is, like the prologue takes place after the events of the rest of the novel. You start off with the chapter and then everything, like, flashes back. But between the prologue and the first, like, page of the rest of the novel, it's very clear what the hell happened. A woman who's clearly got an overbearing, like, husband and kind of, like, disconnect, like, family that does not, like, that does not feel connected to, goes on a holiday to Paris and seemingly disappears. That's the prologue. And then, like, the novel is her, like, meeting up with this fella and, like, stand things off with her, and then with him, and then deciding actually maybe this affair isn't going anywhere either, and then, like, it was just not good. It's not a very good book. Neither of those books were good. I don't know. It just wasn't. Like, that book kind of, like, Liza Silence sticks in my mind because of how, like, just generally not good it was. Doctor's Wife kind of, like, it went in one ear and out the other, and, like, I just don't even want to stick about it. They're not great. Let's pick a good one, actually, so I can talk about something that was good, unreservedly. There's a few here I want to talk about in connection with other things. So let me do... Oh, the Dancers Dancing. I don't know what was about this book that just grabbed me. It is about... so just for context... this was set in the 70s, I think. Anyway, it's, I think it was anyway. So, for context, because I'll use a few terms in a minute, the Irish language is not widely spoken in Ireland. It's generally taught in schools, but it's usually a kind of a subject that most people don't use after school. Areas of the country which predominantly use the Irish language are referred to as the Gaeltacht. And a lot of those areas support themselves their economy is based around, or kind of was based around, schools from outside the Gaeltacht sending the students to them during the summer for usually, I think it's usually about 2 weeks, in order to kind of induce them into using the language for an extended period of time and learn a bit and so on and so on. Dancers Dancing is about a class of girls. I think they're I can't remember. They're young teens anyway. They're I think 13 to 15 is kind of the age range of a lot of them, who are from a school in Dublin, and they go up to a Gaeltacht in Donegal, which is in the northwest of Ireland. It is borders the north, and it's kind of it is the story of it's the story of a bunch of kids leaving the place that they are familiar with, and interacting with with effectively a culture they don't know, and it's really damn good. It is, the only part of that book that kind of threw me off a bit was the very the epilogue of it, which kind of tried to wrap a couple of things up, which I felt didn't need to be done, because it's just a story. It's a story about kids going on a holiday for 2 weeks, or kind of learning holiday for 2 weeks, and that's kind of all it needs to be. It's just incredibly well written. The author is Eileen Duvna. Is that her name right? I'm thinking right. Eileen. No, sorry, Ailish. Ailish and Duvna. So. Yeah, it's about a bunch of city kids thrown into a rural environment where they don't speak the language, basically, and it's just what do kids get up to. This again, I think it's set the 70s or 80s. 72. There it goes. The date that Goodreads says. So, it's just a really good little book. I couldn't it was one of those ones I just read, and I read through the whole way. I basically I think I pretty much read that book in a day. It was just so engrossing. It's just, again, it's the story of these kids kind of figuring themselves out, and the both their place in the world and their place using the Gaeltacht and Donegal as a contrast to both to Dublin as an urban environment, but also even just in passing to the north, and the differences between the Republic and Northern Ireland. It's just a wonderful little book. Definitely worth a read, even if you don't know that. There's also there's a great chapter. It doesn't do this throughout the whole thing, but okay, I don't mind saying this because it won't make sense. It won't make sense to a lot of you, but there's a chapter in the book. Like I said, they go to the Gaeltacht. They're meant to be speaking Irish. One of the early chapters in the book, with our first meeting with the teachers and everything, as they're talking to the teachers, the structure of the sentences changes to match the structure of the Irish language, and it's done very subtly, and it took me a minute to figure, because I was kind of going, well, this is an odd way of writing the sentence, and it took me a minute. And it's just one of those things. I go, that's a fucking bright way of displaying writing, or like a different language being spoken, of just like take the language the book is written in and just make the grammar match the grammar of the other language. And it's just, it's a brilliant little moment in our book that is also brilliant. So absolutely great, loved it. Brief History of Seven Killings, I'm probably putting in worth reading, by Marlon James. This is the novel set around and after the attempted assassination of Bob Marley. It primarily, the start of it predominantly takes place, or almost entirely takes place, in Jamaica. The latter section takes place, a lot of it takes place in the US and then a few other places. It is a long book that feels a little disjointed. It is. I don't want to be too critical of this book because it's very, it is. I still think it's very good. It's just. So I actually read after. Okay, so I'll tell you this thing I did read afterwards, which was that Marlon James was talking about how he wanted to write this book. Again, that was set around the attempted assassination of Bob Marley. But he couldn't figure out where to take the perspective from, like who to use as a protagonist, or kind of what perspective, or what story it should follow and which characters it should follow. So instead, he kind of put them all. He took what he'd written and put it all together as one story, and it kind of works. It's set. I think each. If I remember correctly, each chapter is set kind of over the period of like a day or two. So like you're kind of reading the events of these days in real time, but they're from different people's perspectives. There's kind of a lack of coalescence around a lot of it. Like a lot of the events kind of happen and then people disperse, and there's kind of like strings that attach to I don't know. And I think because then it feels a lot more like there's a lot of stuff in that feels like coincidence, or like kind of a stretch to like there's a kind of narrative and thematic stretching going on, and I don't think it all holds together brilliantly. But when it is firing well, and especially round again, like the actual like. The chapters, I think the chapters around the like assassination attempt, I think because they're so focused, are brilliant. It's only kind of like, I think it's maybe like the section after that, which is kind of which unfortunately is like the last half of the novel, basically, kind of just doesn't like track brilliantly. But it's fine. Right, you can't see the title of this one because it's cut off. But this is Willie Vlautin. Lean on Peach is the name of the novel. If I had to pick a novel that was like the most like, I'm gonna put it there actually. No, I'm gonna put it there. Kind of like the most like, I'm going to like define for you the most like average book. No, that's mean. No, if I can like define the most like. The book, which I'm pretty sure, like the most inoffensive style of book, it's going to be this one. It's about a 15-year-old who is living in Portland, Oregon, and gets work working for a jockey. And he comes from a difficult family life, and stuff happens, and he runs away with said horse to try to meet with his aunt who lives in... I can't remember where. One of the square states anyway, I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. Or like the rectangular ones. I can't quite remember. Anyway, there's a bit of a walk involved. like, and I don't mean this to sound insulting, but if it wasn't for like a couple of scenes in the book, it would just be it would be a YA novel. It would be very clearly marketed to a younger audience. Apparently it was made into a film, which was like moderately successful, so I don't know, but like the book itself just feels very like, it is completely inoffensive, pretty much inoffensive in a lot of ways, and like kind of has that same, like I said, kind of very like YA protagonist kind of like attitude to it. It's like it's fine. It's fine. It's actually like bits of it are actually pretty good, and it's a solidly written little book. If I was to say, look, here's a book I think anyone could just pick up and read and probably come out of it going, oh, that was fine. It's Lean on Pete. Lean on Pete is the name of the horse, by the way. Let me take these two Donal Ryan books together, actually. Low and Quiet Sea is... Gosh, how's the best way to... Okay, Low and Quiet Sea takes the perspective of three different men who have, to varying degrees, varying degrees of culpability, fucked up the relationships in their lives. I can't remember if Goodreads wants to give me the characters' names, I can very quickly tell you them. So Farouk is a refugee who, in fleeing, was clearly meant to be Syria. Has I actually don't even remember if it explicitly says it's Syria, but I'm pretty sure it's Syria. Some bad shit happens to his family. Lampy is a young fella. I think he's like meant to be like maybe 19 or 20, who like has like absolutely like, you know, like he is a young man who is suffering from young man dealing with a breakup, but also like having some other issues go on with him. Yeah, and then John. So those are the first two characters. They're kind of written fairly similarly. Then John is the third character. His section of the book is written kind of in like, it's written in a what would you call it? A kind of like confessional style. And then there's a final kind of section which wraps and kind of pulls the three together. It's good, not amazing, but it's solid, and I feel like that there is a good like there is a what piece of music is this? Village Bridge from Pokemon Black and White. Okay. Sorry. God, sorry, that distracted me for a moment. What was I saying? Yeah, oh yeah, so the final chapter, the final section kind of wraps up these three stories together in a, you know, in a satisfying enough way. And like kind of, like, if I kind of said like the issue of Marlon James's one is it kind of like some of the like the threads were a bit like taut. This one feels that way, but then like it kind of leaves you with just enough, like it kind of gives you just enough slack to make them all kind of like going, okay, I can see how this comes together. it makes sense. It feels narratively good. It is it's well written. It's short. It's a good piece. My main issue with it just kind of feels like it kind of just hits it puts its narrative, or it puts its themes at the start of each section, or the start of each character section, and then just kind of like does a little bit of again, the ending is just kind of a little bit of a reiteration of that, and then it moves on, and it just feels a bit thin on that. It's still good. All We Shall Know is another one by Donald Ryan. Also pretty good. It's a book that I feel like has a few, like it has some. What's the best way of putting this? It has some ways. I don't know how much it has a particular point of view, or I think it has a view of its. How do I put this? Okay, look, let me tell you. Okay, look, I'll tell you the general like plot summary. This woman, Melody, is pregnant, and it's not her husband's. Drama. The father is actually this 17-year-old she was tutoring, who is a member of the travelling community. If that phrase means nothing to you, they are a minority cultural group in Ireland who face a lot of prejudice and discrimination. And she, like, in trying to make amends, befriends this other what's the other? Mary's the other woman she meets, who is a young woman, young traveller woman, and God, that's like, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to like. We're trying to put the plot into a way that like doesn't. There's a lot. Okay, like I said, members of the travelling community highly discriminated against in Ireland, and basically anywhere that they happen to live, pretty much. And this book is like, it is a well-written book, and it has some perspective on prejudice, but it like, it kind of like at points dips into stereotyping in a way that just feels incredibly unfortunate, because like it's just I don't know. I kind of don't want to talk about that book because I feel it's like it is a weak book that is also like well written and has an interesting, like actually has a good story and it has really good characters. I'm just going to leave it there for the moment. I'm just not going to go on with it. Distant Light. What is the author's name on that again? Antonio Maresco. So this is a excuse me. This is so Antonio Maresco is an Italian author. It's about a man living. Oh, I have to remind myself a little bit of the details. I don't think the main character is named. Lives in a mountain village and like starts seeing this like light that appears every night on a mountain ridge in the distance, and goes off to find what it is, and in doing so discovers like a child living alone in this mountain village, Um, it is, gosh. Again, I'm trying not to like. So the problem with this book is about a very short bit into it, you might just figure out what it's about and go, it's not about this, is it? And then like, no, it will. Like, oh, that music thing is finished. Let me put on another one. So I kind of don't want to say because it's like either it's spoiling it or like it doesn't matter. Like, look, it's about someone who is like trying to like someone living in a rundown mountain village and trying to figure out like both his place in a society he doesn't fit into, and then like how maybe societies that don't quite mesh find their own niches. But then the ending also kind of betrays. Let me talk about a different one about a fella living on a mountain all whole life. I'm going to put you. I think you're there. This is also, like I said, about a fella living on a mountain. I'll find the author's name here now. Robert Seethaler, sorry, I believe he's Austrian. Yes, he is Austrian. And this is set in... it's the life story, the whole life, as the name suggests. It's the story of this life of a fellow who lives on on a remote mountain in Austria, and the village that's nearby, and the kind of advances and world events of the 20th century that kind of come and go. I think it starts. I think like I want to say it starts in like. I don't know if it starts in the 1910s. I think it might. And then goes up to about the 1970s or 80s, I think. And it's just like a portrait of a man over like roughly 7 decades from birth till death. But it's told in like a non-linear structure. Chapters jump around through years. But it's this nice little portrait of a man just kind of trying to deal with the world around him, even though he's very clearly like he isolates himself like voluntarily, and doesn't quite know, like just doesn't quite fit in. And it's just it's one of those books that you just kind of reading. Oh, that was like, there's nothing to it, but there's nothing to say about it except that was good. It's a well written book. You get a picture of a place and a person, and there's some decent themes of isolation or not even themes, but like ruminations on isolation and kind of community. And I quite like this. Bewilderment by Richard Powers. Okay, some of this is going to come up. Actually, look, I'll talk about this, and then I'm going to talk about. No one's talking about this. This probably makes sense now. This will make sense in a minute. Okay, how am I going to describe this? Okay, oh boy. Okay. So, this book, let me see if I can find the characters' names so I can refer to them. Oh yes, Theo is an astrobiologist, and his son Robin very clearly is autistic or on the spectrum somewhere, or is in some other way neurodivergent, but it's heavily implied that he is autism. or that he's autistic. Sorry. The world is facing environmental collapse, and Robin's mother and Theo's wife has recently died in a car accident, remember correctly. Robin, the son, is like very interested in like animals and wildlife, but also like has a hard time dealing with like trying to reconcile like not so much the world around him, but like the kind of hypocrisy of like society's views on like animals and humans and like protecting the earth and that stuff. It's like, okay, so God, I actually kind of just need to talk about why this book rubbed me the completely wrong way. So there's two major things in this which kind of rubbed me the wrong way. One is it is like such a book that was written either like clearly immediately after Trump's election. I can see no other, like, cannot see anything outside of the world in which like the election of Trump is absolutely the end of like society as we know it. Across the world, not just the United States, some fucking hell. Like, oh my God, it's so, like, it's kind of like, it's embarrassing. Like, the actual world that he's built is embarrassingly, like, because it's, oh my God. It's like, oh, you know, the president who's now been president for a long time is now never named, but like they, you know, oh, it's oh God, it's like I was gonna say it's like a book written by the most Twitter poisoned person in the world, trying to write a story about like that is sympathetic to people who are autistic and want the world to be a better place, but also it's got this whole fucking Flowers for Algernon thing where the child Robin is implanted with the emotional maturity of his dead mother, and that's what makes him be able to, what the book doesn't say, but what it heavily implies would be like, quote unquote, act normally and manage his own feelings in a way that, oh, it's just, oh, it just feels fucking bad. It's a, like I was listening to the Waypoint podcast the other day where they were talking about Prometheus, the Ridley Scott Alien prequel, and they mentioned that the like the stuff they did like to advertise that, they had like this fake TED Talk thing with Peter Wayland, and they imagine it like as, you know, it's meant to be set in like 2023, and they see the future of the TED Talk as being this thing where like someone's presenting a TED Talk to a stadium full of people, and how dated that felt, even in a movie that was made in 2012, like, or, you know, coming together in 2012, how even like within a year or two that'd be about. Imagine if a book that was written like 2018 had that exact same scene in it, basically. Because this book does, and it still makes no fucking sense, because it's, oh my God, this book just feels like it doesn't exist in any fucking time whatsoever. It's just the most, oh, I like, just, there. Anyway, speaking of internet poisoning, no one is talking about this. Right, this is probably the most borderline between fine and worth reading book I can... I will... And there's a couple of reasons why it's on the borderline. Me being upset about a book makes a funny contrast to the music. Yeah, well, you know, that's what happens sometimes. Anyway, no one is talking about this. Let me tell you... So, this is a book written by someone with terminal internet poisoning, and it's good. Okay, so Patricia Lockwood, you may not recognise that name, but if I say you kick me at jail for 1,000 years, that's Patricia Lockwood. She wrote that tweet. This is a book that, in similar ways to Bewilderment, is written in kind of a semi-response to like the Trump election, but it's actually kind of more about like the brain poisoning of social media, and it's annoying. Like, there's a couple of things that bother me. One, there's like there's okay, so she doesn't refer to it as Twitter, she just calls it the portal, which is kind of dumb, and Trump isn't Trump, he's just the dictator, as people call him. It's a kind, like, which just feels a bit like, whatever, fine. This is written, I think this even, like, was written after Bewilderment, but it's like one of those things, you read through the first half, and it's like, it's very, like, like, the first half of this book, and I mean literally the first half, because there is a part 1 and part 2 of this book, and it's pretty much like bang in the middle of this book that it transitions over. The first part of this book is very clearly about Patricia Lockwood. I'm not sure how she deals with being known for using Twitter, which is clearly a platform she doesn't like. And it's interesting, but not great. And it's kind of a little, like I said, cringy at points, for want of a better term. And then the second half just fucking goes brilliantly. It is okay. So, I need to read out the. Actually, what I need to do is read for you the back of the book, because I normally, so again, because I just kind of have my own reading list. I actually don't read the backs of books. This is one that was just so short. I kind of caught my eye on it. God, wait, no, it wasn't on Goodreads. It would have been on BurrowBox. Because it was really short and was like, it might make a bit of, like, it kind of might inform some of my thoughts on this book. And why I've kind of put it where I have on the list. No one. Also, the title is actually very... No one is talking about this. It's actually a very good fucking title. For 2 reasons. Anyway, so here is the blurb for this book. A woman known for her viral social media posts travels the world, speaking to her adoring fans, her entire existence overwhelmed by the internet, or what she terms the portal. Are we in hell? The people of the portal ask themselves, are we just going to keep doing this until we die? Suddenly 2 texts from her mother pierce the fray. Something has gone wrong, and how soon can you get here? As real life and its stakes collide with the increasing absurdity of the portal, the woman confronts a world that seems to contain both an abundance of proof that there is goodness, empathy, and justice in the universe, and a deluge of evidence to the contrary. Okay, so this is kind of spoiling the second part of the book. Not really. It's because I don't think the first part of it, like, it's funny now because the second part of the book, I kind of think maybe it's worth a read. Again, this is a short one. It's a very quick read. So if it was something you're looking just to pick up, it actually kind of, you went, I'm going to read something on a Sunday. I kind of need to tell you what the second part of it is about and why it works. Because otherwise you would sit down, read the first part and go, what the fuck is Owen talking about? This book is dumb. And it makes no sense. Well, it makes sense, but it's also just, no. It's also just bad. So why was Owen saying it's worth reading? Well, the whole first part of the book talks about the main character, who's unnamed, but it's very clearly Patricia Lockwood. It is based on her life, blah, blah, blah. Very obviously. as like someone who's deep into like who is terminally online, very clearly. Halfway through the book, as the back of the book suggests, she gets some text from her mother. This is where the point break in the book is, and it explains that her pregnant sister has gone into hospital, and they found that her unborn child has a severe genetic disorder. That means it is very unlikely that this child will live. Well, there is a very low likelihood that they will even be birthed, and there's almost no chance that they will live long after birth. And the disconnect between those two is like so perfectly done, in that as the second part of the book goes on, it becomes a more and more like standard novel, as this person slowly weans themselves of their their internet poisoning to like deal with something that's actually happening to them, and they're trying to like come to terms with this and help others around them deal with something that is like both like very tough for them to it is something that is very clearly hard for them to deal with, both as people, but then also the systems that they're in make it hard for them to cope with. And it's just such it's a really fucking weird book, because again, this is one where I think the structure works, and it's also the sort of book that if you picked up and went and got to the end of it and said, "Oh, and I hated that book, what is wrong with you?" I'd still go, that is an entirely fair reaction, because I feel like, again, this is one which is like, it could be borderline here, or it could be borderline here, or it could be borderline down here, depending on it. It is maybe the book I've read, it is maybe the book that like I went off, and I knew my sister had read it, and I went, and I actually had to like talk to her about it, because I went, okay, you read this book, and I know you, like, again, because I can see you putting marks and stuff on Goodreads, I know you weren't like blown away by it, but I need to talk to you about it, because I need to know. And like back and forth, and it was just such a, I don't know, and like again, it was one of these funny things where she went, God, I understand how you come to that, and like why you still liked it more than I did. I still think it's a terrible book, and I was going like, I understand that completely. It's such an interesting one, and it's like, it's weird because it, like, I'm not gonna, like, it's not like genre defining or like a new style of writing. It's just, it is maybe the first book I've read which is about the internet and like understands the internet and is infuriating and beautiful in all the ways the internet is infuriating and beautiful. So, I don't know, I'm putting it right there, bang in the middle for the moment. No one is talking about this. Is a book with a title written by a person. So there we go. God, okay, where else am I on here? Let me pick another one out to talk about. There's a few here which I want to talk about. You know, actually, let me start putting some together so I remember to talk about them together. And there we go. Okay, there's 3 there. You can probably tell what the link here is. Let me do. You know what? Okay. You know what? Here, look. Let's talk these through here now. You might have noticed. So when I was sorting out books I was going to read, I just generally do a quick thing, and like I sort by number of pages. Because again, if I'm in work and I want to read something and I'm going to read it in like 5 to 10 minute chunks, I probably want something that I'm going to get through kind of quickly. So either I can finish reading it that day, or like we'll just be able to read kind of quickly. Where's it? No, guys, I really read 6 Ian McEwan books. So Ian McEwan books tend to be fairly short, so I went through a bunch of them. There is a particular type of English author who writes novels which they believe to be satirical, Sorry, that was the end of the sentence. That they believe to be satirical. Problem is that a lot of them don't seem to understand what like satire and humor actually are, and they all have the same. They all have the same like general theme. Well, not so much theme, but message to them, which is like, "Do you believe the Tories are awful? And we keep voting for them. Ha! How weird." Anyway, isn't it great to be middle class? That's kind of the vibe of them. And the line of Beauty Bell and Hollinghurst is probably the worst offender on that. God, that book. Oh, at least when Ian McEwan does that in Amsterdam, it's a short book that I got through in like probably an afternoon. God, what even the fuck is Amsterdam about? Amsterdam is about... ...120 pages. And... not much else. What's he? This fucking media magnate dies, I think. I might be misremembering now. And a bunch of his friends or colleagues or general acquaintances gather at a funeral, and then afterwards, and they're trying to they're all getting pissed off with each other because they don't like each other's politics. And that book just didn't stick with me. The ending is just what stuck with me, and the ending was fucking bad. But it's just, I don't know. Down you go. On Chesil Beach has the similar problems, except instead of being about politics, it's about sex. Then you really start getting into the ones which are a bit more like interesting. Comfort of Strangers. This couple are in Venice on holiday. They fall in with like this pair who seem a bit off, and like it's fine. It's like it's not. It's a book that's clearly meant to be shocking. And it's just like, it's whatever. I'm going to put it down. It's with the Brian Moore stuff. Colson Whitehead, your zombie novel, is better than all these. Child in Time is actually one which is at least kind of interesting. But has some of the same, like, can you believe we keep voting for the Tories issues? But at least it's kind of... set kind of near future, though written in the 90s, so, you know, read into that how you will, where politicking has become, like, stuff has become incredibly regulated under, like, a Tory government, blah, blah, blah. This fella, his child is seemingly kidnapped, causes his marriage to fall apart, etc. And it's him kind of like trying to both come to terms with that and like work on this like child rearing manual that the government want to publish, while also maybe trying to reconcile with his ex-wife and a few of his friends. It's okay. It's fine. I remember I finished reading it, my sister had said, "Oh, I actually just took it out of the library. What did you think of it?" I went, "It was fine." She said, "Do you think I like it?" I went, "You probably think it's fine." That's about it. It's kind of like it's the first one of those that actually like I felt like had a solid theme to it. It's just kind of really it feels a bit silly. And it's again that very English idea of, you know, that very particular upper middle class male English idea of satire. Enduring Love then is a better one. Again, this actually I'd actually say is kind of worth a read. Fella is out for a picnic with his with his girlfriend, and they observe a hot air balloon accident in which a person dies. But in the act of trying to save them, he makes eye contact with this guy who ends up becoming obsessed with him. The title itself is a pun. It's about enduring love, as in like eternal love, and enduring love as in this guy is now obsessed and this other fella must endure it. Again, if you want to talk about like theme, there's a strong religious element to it, but also like a kind of like an actual like kind of bit of a read, which is actually not bad on like both like love and trust and what it means for in a relationship, as the main character's relationship with his partner is strained under all this. It's actually like it was quite. I actually like enjoyed that well enough. It's the first. No, it wasn't the first of his that I actually said I liked, but yeah, I that was good. Black Dogs then. Probably down the end of here. Black Dogs is about this fella. Can I remember what was his name? Okay, so yeah, Jeremy. So this fella Jeremy, he's the son-in-law to this couple, Bernard and June, and this couple are separated or estranged for quite a while. I think this is. I know the Berlin the fall of the Berlin Wall occurs in it. I can't remember if it's like meant to be a few years, but it's like late 80s or early 90s is when it's set. And sorry, I just needed some water there. It's kind of like him trying to figure out what it was that very clearly drove these two apart, and when it happened and how it happened. Bernard and June met in the 40s or 50s. They are both members of the British Communist Party, though they eventually both kind of they both left. Bernard is a more hardline, he's not a tanky, but he's definitely much more like a more hardline kind of 40s communist. June is a bit more kind of slightly more in the like. Slightly more towards the socialist end. By the end of those their lives, or kind of the end, I suppose, kind of towards the. I don't think they're dying in the story. I can't remember now. But anyway, later on, as the son-in-law is talking to them, they've kind of reversed roles to a degree, and both see the other as like being like they both see the other as maybe the one who is more ideologically pure, even though they clearly rely on common. And they talk about what left. I kind of do need to talk a little bit about the ending of it, because I think the actual reason it's interesting is kind of because it, like, well, maybe I don't. The June and Bernard very clearly represent like different views of like Beryl. I was not in prison. I was not. Where are you getting that idea from? I was not. I've been reading books. Fine. June and Bernard like represent different views on like, you know, communist theory and communist practice, as it relates to like say middle of the 20th century Britain, and how the two basically came together and almost immediately started to fall away from each other. Like it is the black dogs that the title refers to are both literal and figurative. They are two literal animals that preceded that June observed while they were on their honeymoon. And they are like figuratively representative of like the twin kind of like forces of like capitalism and fascism. And it's actually maybe, like I said, like one of the more like, because it is a book that is all about analogy and all about theme, and it is. It's a very good, like, it's like again, I'd read a bunch of it those ones by then, and I don't think I'd read Enduring Love at that point, but I think I'd read these other 3. I think I read these 3, and I hadn't read Enduring Love or Comfort of Strangers by the point I read Black Dogs. And Black Dogs actually made me go, oh, okay, this guy can write when he wants to, and he can get an idea into his head and try to get it onto paper. And that's definitely worth a read. Quite good. He gets it out there. He gets his message across. And yeah, I'm kind of want to leave it at that because I don't want to go too deep into that one. Let me pick another here to talk about. Idaho. That one I read relatively recently. So let me see if I can kind of describe this. This is one that kind of. So this is a book that jumps back and forth. It is set in, as you know, it's set in a small mountain. Well, it's set just outside a small mountain community in Idaho. Or part of it. Okay. Okay, so the start of this book is. What's the father's name? Wade. This fella called Wade, who is maybe in his like 50s. I can't quite remember. I think he's about in his 50s, but is starting to suffer the early signs of Alzheimer's or dementia, which his father also showed. So kind of without surprise, and his wife, who was a former school teacher and piano teacher, and they live again in this little mountain home. And it jumps back and forth again, kind of this scatter, like it jumps all around the place in time. No, like almost none of the chapters chronologically line up. I think the ending is the only chapter which kind of like actually chronologically happens at the end of the story. But it follows this kind of disconnected, or let's say like broken narrative, but connected. This broken but disconnected. No. This broken but connected narrative, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, basically, clearly from the perspective of someone who's having a hard time remembering stuff as it went along. You know, to reflect kind of Wade's deteriorating mental state. And it's about what happened one day when it's not. Like it's spelled out very clearly and quickly in the novel, but like when he and his first wife went to chop wood one day and returned home with one daughter dead and one daughter missing, and his now ex-wife locked in jail. I think this is a debut novel, am I right? Emily Raskovich. Yeah, I think this is her. I think this is her first novel. I might be wrong on that. Anyway, it just kind of weaves together this family story in a like it doesn't feel like it's teasing you with like a mystery or like even answers. It's just kind of going like, look, you're going to get there, and it feels like we're going to get there, but it's just building this picture of like how Wade and his first wife end up living where they do, how they end up in the situations they do, and then it obviously like climaxes with the events of the day in the mountain with a chap of mud, and then like jumps a little bit into the future, which is very interesting, and kind of focuses on like what were the impacts of this event over let's say a couple of decades, rather than the immediate aftermath. Anyway, yeah, have a look here. 2, 8, 12. Wait. 19, 22, 25, 29. I had 40 books on this list. I don't know how quickly. I'll keep going until I can't talk about them anymore. Let me fly through a few of these. Vernon Got a Little. Actually, no, I'm going to talk about that later, because I'm going to talk a good bit about that if I talk about that. Testament of Mary by Colm Tóibín. I like Colm Tóibín. This is his writing parts of the New Testament from the perspective of Mary, Jesus' mother. It's fine. It's interesting. It's probably the weakest of his novels I've read, but he's such a good writer. And it's like, it's as much a conversation with him about like how he feels about like Catholicism, both as a modern concept but also like a historical one, and organized religion as a whole. Like Colm Tóibín is a very interesting person on the whole. So yeah, it was good. I think it's again a good short read. It's an interesting one, but like maybe not amazing, but good. Mostly carried by Tóibín's just absolute mastery of like the English language. Let me look at a few. Autumn by Alice Smith. This is the first of her like season quartet. This is the only one of them I read so far. Deals with a woman who is trying to like put together like a picture of her elderly neighbor after he enters a kind of semi-comatose state, and match it with like the world she finds herself like, again, because there's very, let's say, what like she clearly like a very like socially awkward child who finds friendship with people who just don't fit in. Like, it's a lot of these kind of have very like queer themes. That one, I don't know if it's deliberate, but that one does for a lot of reasons. It's good. It's got a little bit of that like in the same way that no one's talking about this and bewilderment of slightly that site post-Trump brain poisoning. Autumn is that, but with a little bit of that on Brexit side. So, you know, there's a little bit of that to it. Wait, when did I disappear after? Hold on. Hello? What happened? Did I accidentally close that route? Hold on, I'll be back. There we go. Don't know why that disappeared. Okay. What was I talking about? Did I finish saying something? Yeah, the Alex Smith one. Anyway, look, still good. The bees are here. Everyone, the bees are back. Fine. excuse me. This is probably the best of like the books. Like not meh, but like yeah, okay, yeah. Set in a beehive, literally, like it is about. It's about a colony undergoing collapse. Its major problem to me is that it kind of just feels like a fantasy novel, but with all the proper nouns replaced with bee-related stuff, and it kind of just doesn't really like do too much more than that. Is this the one? Oh, no, I need to remember. Is this the one that has the quote from Margaret Atwood on it, and it's quoted as from Twitter? Hold on. Is that on the front of it? The Burrow Box version. Maybe it's not that one. Anyway, it's fine. It's just like it kind of feels like I've read this book. Yes, I do not. Unfortunately, I do not have that redeem on my channel. You'll have to go to SAS later for that. Again, like it's fine. It just feels like a kind of like middling fantasy novel that happens to be about bees instead of whatever else. But you know, God. My sister, the serial killer. That's probably also like over here. This is also, like, remind myself, this is also set in Nigeria, right? Yes. So as the name suggests, this is about a woman whose sister has been knocking off her boyfriends left and right and seems to routinely get caught and clean up her mess. I wasn't in prison reading these books, Beryl. I was at work reading these books. I explained earlier. Don't worry. Anyway, God, how would I describe this? It's like, again, this is probably like, no, this is less borderline than no one's talking about this. No, technically my last job did have me work. I wasn't working in a prison. I was working in conjunction with like a prison service, just as a very slight part of my job. But anyway, that's beside the point. God, how do I describe this book? It's just, yeah, it's about, so the whole, like, the kind of, there's a moment in this book where it's the sister, the non-serial killer sister, takes an interest in a work colleague. She accidentally introduces him to her serial killer sister. Hijinks ensue. It's good. It's grand. Eileen, what's your name again? The author of this. I'm trying to think now. There. Tessa. What's your surname? Oh, Tessa Moshe. Or Moshfegh. I don't know how to put. I'm reading that as I would in Irish, so. Me. About character whose name is Eileen, who works at a juvenile detention facility and deals with that and her like alcoholic father. And then one day a youth is incarcerated for shooting his policeman father dead, and a new I can't remember if the new character is a she's a counselor who like tries to like get Eileen involved in like maybe trying to like help one of these kids. It's kind of okay. Like, it's just no, you know what? This is a meh book. No, this is going down there. It's God. I mean, there's this book just kind of has too much like obvious with it, like in a way, like it's just like it's clear where it's going. There's kind of no real surprises to it. It's not. I don't think it's particularly well written. Like, it's fine, but it's like, yeah. I'm not sitting here and like recommending it to anyone. Yeah, no. You find what's a good one? Oh, okay. I read Paradise by Toni Morrison. It's Toni Morrison. I don't need to tell you anything more than that. She was a brilliant writer. Stuff's amazing. That's a great book. Just fucking read it. I think that's all. I've only read two of her. I've read 2 or 3 of her novels now. I've definitely read Beloved. I might have read another in the meantime as well. But like, I think Beloved I preferred. But like, this is still fucking excellent. Like, if Beloved is like kind of top of the list, and Paradise is only just a little below it. An essay by Susanna Clarke is probably sitting kind of near the line as well. I'm going to put it there for the moment. Susanna Clarke wrote, what was it called? Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, is that the name of it? A book I quite liked. This is her first novel to follow that up. It's about this person who is trapped in the best analogy I have for this space is, you know, the whole Backrooms thing. Imagine a space like that, but it's made of like maybe kind of like a more like library or like kind of pseudo like university, or like, God, what else would you kind of call it? Like kind of like mansion space or something. Someone trapped in a place like that anyway, is the main thing. And trying to kind of figure out, are there courtyards? The whole place is, I believe, sealed in, but you can see the sky at points. That is a plot point, is that there are times he can see, the main character can see the sky. I wasn't mad about it, but it's still like, Clarke is just such a good way with words that it's very easy for me just to get engrossed and try to figure out, like, want to know more about it. But it's kind of, again, it's on that borderline. Like, I would kind of say these 3 books kind of all, like, they could kind of all swap position in a way. This is a very blurry line here, I think. Speaking of blurry lines, okay, White Hotel by D.M. Thomas. Okay, this is a weird fucking book to place. Okay, right. How am I going to talk about this book? Okay, so okay, it's probably there. Okay, so this book starts off with 30 pages of erotic doggerel. Like, it is literally like bad erotic poetry. It is actually bad. Like, I mean, like, genuinely, it is like, the fuck is this book about? Like, kind of thing. Like, it's. And then, so Let me jump forward and back then as well. Okay, so the main premise of this book is so it's set in kind of like the 20s, I think, because it's definitely post World War One. Let me remind myself of the main character's name now. White Hotel, where are you? Yeah. Don't want to give me the main character's title. No? Damn it. Goodreads. Anyway. Okay, so. Wait, Twitch is going to help for you, and I've only heard the 10th word since bees. Okay, well that's not my mic, is it? That's definitely just the... Hold on, have I been talking too far? I mean, I might have been talking too far away from it, and as long as has the music been drowning me out, or is that definitely a Twitch thing? Is anyone else having that problem? Because I think, no, Beryl was asking me about the Susanna Clarke novel, so I have to assume it's not just me. And maybe it is Twitch. Anyone else want to confirm or let me know if that's an issue on my end or if that's an issue on the Twitch end? Have I dropped any frames? No. Okay, right. So that is an issue. Sorry, Wealthy. That's a. That's a you problem. Anyway, okay. White Hotel is about. So, like I said, it's set in it's either very late 1910s or early 1920s. This young Ukrainian woman seeks advice from Sigmund Freud. Just buffer. Okay, so there's that's a Twitch problem, right? Yes, the hotel is white. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh gosh. This is so. In the same way that no one is talking about this only works. If when you read the first half and it goes through it all. White Hotel kind of only works by taking a very Freudian read of the first sections of this book and then having it kick you in the face with them at the very end. So this woman goes to Freud. She explains that there's this she's been basically having this ongoing fantasy that she cannot shake out of her head, which is about a time she spent in this white hotel in the Italian Alps, I think it is. So, the start of the book, like I said, is this erotic poetry. It's this erotic doggerel. And it's meant to be her writing of this erotica. And then the second part of the book is that erotica, fleshed out into a novella, which then Freud comments on. And then goes through the psychoanalytical side of this book and talk through the story and everything. And then Doggerel. I'm sorry, Doggerel. Doggerel. Doggerel? Doggerel. Anyway, cheap tat. And it then follows this woman as she ages and over the next 20 odd years of her life, and it kind of becomes clear at some point that this was maybe not so much a fantasy she was having as perhaps some sort of like vision, and the psychoanalytic side of it is like kind of becomes ironic. It is actually very good. It's just like the very beginning of it, you really just have to kind of get, like, to be honest, you could kind of skip through the poetry at the beginning, and just move into the second section because it kind of just reiterates a lot of it. But I kind of appreciate it at the end, because then when I went back, I could kind of flick through this shorter version of the same section and just kind of go, oh, okay, now it clicks together. Anyway, that was good. Go for next. Let's do... There we go. What was it? Where are you now? You're probably... No, you're probably high. You're probably up here somewhere. I'll put you there. So this is Drive Your Plow Over the Bones of the Dead. So this is by Olga Tokarczuk. Yes, Tokarczuk. About this woman living in this Polish woman living close to the Czech border, who like is, I suppose, a kind of like kind of a witch in the like kind of like if you were to look at the kind of like, you know, that kind of like, she's an old woman who does astrology and like talks a lot about like William Blake and stuff. But she's and this recluse who's who just does not like dealing with her neighbors and like has lots of issues with them. And then one of her neighbors ends up dead, and she's trying to like help her other neighbors like figure out what happened and trying to help. It's a book about someone who just wants to be left alone, having a hard time being left alone, and it's got a good dark sense of humor to it. Yeah, I'm gonna call it that. Like it is definitely a dark sense of humor to it. And again, it's kind of a lot of these to be, especially ones about people living in remote mountain areas. It's a lot about like isolation and seclusion and trying to figure out your place in a community and what does a community mean. Like there's good moments of like her just dealing with like getting the bus and things like this, where just like things just don't sit right with her. You know, I'll leave it on that one. I'm trying to go through a few of these a bit faster. Okay, Reading in the Dark by Seamus Dean. I'm probably going to put you up next to the Dancers Dancing. Maybe before. Make sure I have... There's two... Actually, I'll talk about one. This will lead me into talking about another one, but just making sure I'm thinking of the right one for this. Yeah, so this is about a kid growing up in the north in the 40s and 50s. It is a novel broken up into like very short, kind of like snapshots of his life as he grows up. It's probably of the span of maybe like 7 or 8 years, maybe even a bit less. But just like him taking like his view of the North and Ireland as a whole, and like his family's history, and trying to there's this whole like mystery of like, well, not mystery, but like there's unspoken like something happened with his uncle. I think it's his uncle, isn't it? Yeah, his lost uncle, who like seem to just disappear. And why did he just disappear? And how does that fit in with him and his family? And why is there like such a weird like taboo around him? But then it's also just him like dealing with his life living under like British rule, as like this, you know, as this kid growing up in a Catholic family in the north in the 40s. It is the God. It must be over a few years because I know it still starts under the. I think it starts at the very end of World War II, if I remember correctly. So it must go. So I'm pretty sure it takes place over like 6 or 8 years or something like that. But kind of ties in a lot with like it ties in a lot of Irish folklore into it as well. It's very good. I think it's the only book novel by Seamus Dean I've read. But there's an excellent little piece. Kind of going from there, I can jump into where's that one? What's the cover of it look like? There we go. Shadows on Our Skin, which is probably maybe not up into there, but it's probably definitely in the worth reading category. So this also takes place in the north, but this in the 70s. Again, follows the life of a young fella in a Catholic family. This specifically takes place in Derry, so the context of this is after the Battle of Bogside, which, if you don't, you might not know, but it's kind of the first big, like anti-British action that actively excludes the North's police and army from sections of Derry City for several days in 69 or 1970? I think it was 1969, and starts getting worldwide attention and kind of the follow on from that. So like this kind of the growing militarism in the North immediately follows this. So kid growing up, his brother is working in the UK or in Great Britain, but arrives back in North seemingly to get involved with the IRA or the INLA or some other Republican group. And it's just him kind of dealing with like the fact that he knows there is something going on that he doesn't know about, and the kind of like the protective blanket of silence that falls over like communities during like in the North during the Troubles. And again, similar to like Reading the Dark, just kind of trying to deal with the stuff of like being a kid and growing up as well, just in a slightly different time frame. Like I said, Reading the Dark takes place from the 40s to 50s. This is like early 70s, and that's over like a few years. Shadows on Our Skin is like, I think it's probably over like a year. It's probably actually only over several months at most, but it's good. Well, I'm on Tom Badger for Johnston and her novels. Her other one I read was The Old Jest, which is probably like down in the low section here. It's probably in here somewhere. Like it's probably on the other side of that. This again, like kind of follow like has kind of thematic similarities, but jumps back to the 20. I just remind myself, when is this exactly? This is I'm just trying to remember. Is this War of Independence or is this Civil War? No, yeah, so it is set in 1920. So this is at the point where the War of Independence is still ongoing, but British rule has been incredibly limited. So this is about this young woman named Nancy, who is part of this think Anglo-Irish family, who like has become her family has become increasingly isolated in a lot of ways because as an Anglo-Irish family, there's a lot of suspicion about them, and they're not seen as like part of the independence movement, and a lot of them weren't. But she ends up befriending this drifter, or the seeming drifter, at her home, who is very clearly, it is not a spoiler to say, in some way involved with the Republican movement and in the independence movement. And she tries to like her kind of own like desire to be a helpful person with her own naivety about the world kind of like, leads to trouble. So good, like well written, just like kind of wasn't like, just didn't kind of grab me as well as some of the other stuff I read. So if I can jump from that to then William Trevor's The Story of Lucy Galt, which probably is falling somewhere again similarly in this section. Excuse me. This is also the reason I kind of say it follows on to is because it takes place a little later on. When is that taking place? Story of Lucy Galt. I'm trying to think if it specifically takes place after or during the Civil War. Okay, so this is 20s. So again, Anglo-Irish family. This is probably taking place after the Civil War, or maybe kind of in the end of it. Who decide to leave Ireland because they no longer trust that they and their wealth will be safe in the country. Due to a series of unfortunate events, they believe their young daughter Lucy to have perished, to have drowned. So her parents leave without her. In their own kind of effort to kind of get away from the tragedy, they end up moving, like again, and in a series of unfortunate events, they become uncontactable. So when Lucy turns up several days later, unharmed, well, she's a broken leg, but is otherwise alive. She ends up kind of living in this manor house with the two remaining housekeepers. And growing up there because it is her family home, she's entitled to it, but without any way to let her parents know that she is still alive. And it's again just kind of this, just a story of someone just trying to do the best with like a series of like ridiculous circumstance. Like it is not a comedic novel, but the farce of it like kind of just keeps it flowing. Like Trevor is an excellent novelist. Like there's this like absurdity to it that's wonderful, and it's like, but the tragedy of it never stops kind of getting under your skin at points. Okay, so actually look, while I'm doing there, let me get the Sebastian Barry novels together because they all overlap in some ways. I have to remember which one is which. Yes, that's that. It's done all of them. I think I have all of them. Okay, so speaking of the Irish Civil War, on Canaan's side is So Sebastian Barry has written a lot of novels. There are two main sequences of his novels. One's the Dunn family, and the other are the McNulty family novels. The Dunn family novels, which I'll be talking about two of here, mostly focus on a family, like basically the scattering of a family that were Catholic Unionists in Dublin at the time of the War of Independence and the Civil War. So on Canaan's side is about... Okay, so... Okay, I'm going to have to, remind myself of all the family members' names of this. So... Lily, that's her, yes. So... it starts off later on in life. Lily is a woman living in the US. Her grandson has just been killed in action in Afghanistan, or no, sorry, he has died after returning from. No, sorry, this is during the early 90s, so it's the first Gulf War. That's when it is. And like kind of the aftermath of that, and as she goes on, she reflects back on her life, and her life starts in Dublin in the early 20s. Her father is a police officer in the Dublin Metropolitan Police, and obviously doesn't it doesn't fare particularly well after independence. He's alive and well at the time, but her fiance unfortunately runs afoul of members of the IRA, and like they flee to the US, and it's her life growing up. It's an okay book. It's got like, I'll talk about Secret Scripture in the moment and why that one feels like a more fulfilling version of Canaan's Side. But for the moment I was sticking in. It's still a good book. It's just like probably there. Yeah, probably there. So no, actually, I'll do Secret Scripture in a moment. Thousand Moons is actually. So, as I said, the McNulty family, the other family in that Sebastian Barry has written about. This is also about a McNulty, but it's actually a Thomas McNulty. This is actually set. When is this? This is definitely post-Civil War in the US, but it's might be like 1870s or 1890s or something like that. There is a family connection basically to the McNultys, but this is a separate kind of sequence. So this is a sequel to a novel called Days Without End, which is about this pair, Thomas McNulty, who was Irish, and John Cole, who's English, who both emigrated to the US around the time of the Great Famine. And end up taking part in military action in the US. And in doing so, there was a whole sequence in which they end up adopting this young Lakota woman. They end up renaming Winona, who is the focus of this story. And it's, where are they? They're in Tennessee, yeah. So this is Tennessee post Civil War, but more importantly post Reconstruction era. And these are two fellas who fought in the Union Army and now having adopted pseudo adopted Dakota daughter, and a number of black farm hands who, majority of whom freed slaves. So obviously there's tension there, and it's just like it is. So there is an act of sexual violence that occurs, and an act of racialized violence that occur. One to Winona, one to farmhand, what is his name? Tennyson. And it's kind of, it is a revenge story of a sort. Gosh, I'm trying to think of best ways to kind of go into it. Look, it's a good, that's the problem. Sebastian Barry is just a good damn author, and he's kind of it. Like this and Days Without End are both kind of more like classic kind of adventure Western novels, but written by an Irish fella who just has a very big interest in those periods, and is just very happy to like kind of go, well, whatever about, you know, X, Y, and Z, I'm just going to make it as interesting as I can, and that's going to make it entertaining, and it does. So I'm going to, you know, again, not the best of his I've read, but still damn good. Revenge of a Sort, Best of Call of a Sort as a result. Yes, basically. So Secret Scripture. So as I mentioned on Get Inside, it's about a woman fleeing Ireland and like trying to come to terms with a bunch of stuff. Secret Scripture is about, so this is a Dunn family one, so whereas the others are based kind of more on the east of Ireland around Dublin, this is based on the west of Ireland around Clare. No, wait. No, that's hold on, no. They're somewhere in Connacht, aren't they? Hold on, I'm going to find the... Secret Scripture. Where is it? There you are. Okay, no, she's in Roscommon, but I think of Sligo, actually, she grew up in. Anyway, west of Ireland, kind of rural area. Main thing, like, there is actually, like, a very distinct, like, through line of, like, urbanism in the McNulty stories and kind of, like, this rural kind of idea to the Dunn family stuff. Anyway, so this lady who may be about 100 years old is living in a regional hospital, and this hospital is like ready to close down for, you know, and people are moving to new facilities. She is a psychiatrist who is trying to like help her work through a lot of stuff. There is a very clear like so it jumps back, so it kind of jumps back to her early life and the story of her immediate family, her father and her uncles, most importantly, and like what led her to be in this like mental ward for the majority of her adult life, and why she seems reluctant to leave it. And it's the most interesting thing is there are 3 narrators of a sort, and each of them are unreliable. One is unreliable. One you're pretty sure, like 2 of the narrators basically call each other liars, and the third is trying to work off historical texts and going, I have no fucking clue what's going on, so I'm going to put it together as best I can. So the main character, the elderly woman, is one of the narrators, and the main is kind of one of the narrators. She's writing a journal. Her psychiatrist is the second one, who is trying to basically reconcile what he knows of this woman with what is on record, and the third narrator is kind of the Irish state. It's kind of the records of like the priests and the like hospitals and the police at the time, trying to like reconcile and put this all together and create a narrative around her. So you've got these 2 kind of opposing sides. This individual who basically refers to the state records as lies and the state records which refer to her as lies, and this fella trapped in between because he's a doctor who's trying to trust his patient, and also a doctor, which means he is trying to deal with understanding her from a medical point of view and take the authorities at their word. And then there's kind of this fourth secret force at play, which only comes out in the last couple of chapters, and which I kind of wasn't mad about, but it's also because Unknown Side kind of has something similar happen to it at the very end, but Secret Scripture I think deals with it better and kind of makes it fit within the narrative a bit more, sadly. So I'm definitely putting that up kind of in the kind of high worth reading section. And then we get to A Long, Long Way, which is also by Sebastian Barry. This one goes back to the Dunn family, which is of Canaan Side. Oh, that's an excellent novel. So, as I mentioned when talking about Canaan Side, the Dunn family are a bunch of they are Irish Catholic Unionists, so they do not see, or they do not support the independence of Ireland, or at least not in the way that it's, or at least they do not see it happening in the life. It's okay. So, Long, Long Way is specifically about the son of the family. Remind me his name now. Willie Dunn, because his father was William. He, in 1914, war breaks out in Europe, and being the son of a Dublin Metropolitan policeman, and a loyal member of someone who sees himself as loyal to the United Kingdom, decides to enlist, and it follows him up until roughly the end of World War One. And it paints such a wonderful, gruesome tapestry of Ireland in the 1910s. So there were just so many political ideas about what Irish independence looked like, that it kind of it became it's not until the Easter Rising that it starts to solidify as a solid independence movement, and it really isn't until a couple of years after that that it completely coalesces as an independence and Republican movement. So Ireland during World War One is just, it's like this. It's just a weave of different opinions and different policies and different politics, all of which are coming at each other in different ways. And Barry just takes that and oh yeah, okay. Well, I mentioned this in a minute, but anyway, look, it's just it's a portrait of Ireland by way of the trenches prior to the end of World War One, but it is also a magnificent book about World War One and its brutality and the questions of its necessity. It is magnificent. But yeah, so yes, I've read a lot of Irish authors. This is also just because it's a lot of what is on the my local library. Also, so I said this at the beginning. I don't think you were here for this. A lot of the stuff I'm reading at the moment is stuff that was nominated for various awards, primarily the Booker Prize, the Costa Book Awards, the Women's Prize for Literature, and the Dublin Literary Awards. Irish authors are disproportionately represented on the Costa Award and the Booker Prize list. Part of that is because there were limitations about who could be nominated for the Booker Prize for the longest time, and it only opened up kind of widely in I think in 2014. So there are a lot of Irish names in the Booker Prize nominee list. So I'd like the reason like Sebastian Barry or Jennifer Johnston or William Trevor. Well, okay, I've only got one William Trevor on here, but like the reason a bunch of those people turn up, and I've read a bunch of their stuff, is just because they keep getting nominated for awards. So, yeah, there's a lot of them. I wonder if anyone. Oh, actually, I have John McGahern. He is Irish. Bernard McLarity. I'm going to actually. Oh, I should have talked about this one when I was talking about Brian Moore, but I'll get into that in a minute. Let me have a quick look here. Anything else? A glance. I don't think, but maybe I see something else. Anyway, but yes, I think I've got through most of the Irish folks at this point, bar those couple. But while we're on the subject of World War One, At Night, All Blood is Black. This is a relatively recent novel. I think it only came out last year. Maybe it's 2020. Let me have a quick look. Where are you? There we are. Yeah, so David Diop, I think he is. Yeah, I think he's French Senegalese. The author and the main character of this book, Alpha, is also Senegalese. This is also set in World War One. I'm probably going to put you there actually. And in the immediate aftermath of the death of his friend Mademba, that's it. They're both in the, as the book describes, and apparently it's historically accurate, the Chocolat Regiment. Guess where it gets its name from. Anyway, as I said, he is Senegalese. He is it's a whole thing about like it's a lot of the people in the unit. They might speak some French, but a lot of them do not necessarily. So there's a disconnect between the. So immediately, if you're looking at like World War One, there's an immediate disconnect between the folks on the ground and the folks in the folks making decisions, because there's even just a complete lack of understanding. But again, there's some good little analogies there. But his friend Mademba is killed during a run over the top, and Alpha becomes distressingly violent in his response. In like his way, like in that he now starts actively seeking to ambush and murder and maim German soldiers, which at the beginning is rewarded because he's killing German soldiers, but as time goes on, starts to turn his own comrades fearful of him, and culminates in him being sent to recuperate away from the front and kind of collapsing in on himself. It's very powerful for such a short novel. I think it's I don't think it was 200 pages. It was I'm pretty sure, again, this is a book I read in about a day. Goodreads lists the hardcover version as 145 pages. It is very short and very, it's a meaty book. It is very lean, but it's all lean meat. It is a tough old book. It is great. So it's just this kind of, it is just this, dissection of war as, the rewards of war versus, how many people can you kill in a war before someone goes, oh, that's too much, to put a kind of a goofy way. Okay, let me fly through a few more of those. Zadie Smith's NW is about a neighborhood in Northwest London. I think it's Northwest London anyway. NW is the area code, I think, or the postal code. I think it just means it's actually in Northwest, but it's kind of this clash of like cultures, and again this kind of amalgamation of different groups in society kind of coming together in an area, kind of mostly accidentally, and then how they kind of try to cut their own or kind of shape their own worlds around them. It's not. It's only the second novel of Zadie Smith I've read. I've read White Teeth. White Teeth is fantastic. This is a bit more like, it's good, but it kind of doesn't have the same hook, really. It's a little bit too, like, it's a book that feels like it's working towards a conclusion, but the conclusion is there, but it's a bit too, like, broad in a weird way. Anyway, it's fine. Butcher Boy, look, The Butcher Boy is a classic. It's violent, it is unsettling, it is a complete dismemberment of Irish society in kind of the mid 20th century. It's just fucking good. It's a fucking piece of work. It's magnificent. It is, yeah, it's great. When was the most recent one of these I read, actually? So let me work back. Oh, actually I did, yeah, okay, I did that one already. That was Confusion with Blue Horses. I did that one. Essex Serpent is... Okay. So Essex Serpent is a pseudo-gothic novel about a town in Essex which believe that there is a giant snake in the local river, the Blackwater. Now, this is actually like a real piece of urban mythology. This idea of like this is one of the many river snakes of the UK. So it's kind of based around it. There's this whole back and forth. I'm not gonna. It's fine. I'm just going to tell. Look, I'm not going to go into the great details of it because it's only kind of like it's probably not. I won't go on my way to read it. The first 3 chapters of this book, I had no fucking clue when it is set. It's set in, I think, 1890. Until it got to like the 4th or 5th chapter and someone mentioned Gladstone and the Whigs, I went, oh, this is when this is set. Because everything up until that point could literally have happened like any time from like 1850 until today, and I just look and go, this is just what fucking English people are like, because clearly it was meant to be written as like informing some people of like, yes, of course, the like the idea of like a brilliant impoverished surgeon living in terrible conditions in London, while his rich friend, who is a mediocre at best surgeon, faffs around and tries to be philanthropic, and a woman with a maid servant who clearly resents her her station in life. Yeah, this could be fucking any time. This could be today. This is probably actually today. This is probably I don't know. I don't know. It's a book written by someone who very clearly thought they were setting out when they were like, I don't know. It's not. It shouldn't have it shouldn't have been a shock when I read The Whigs and went, oh, okay, this is when this was, because I really thought, like, I was kind of going for a while. Okay, no one's got a mobile phone, so probably, and no one's talking about calling people, so it's probably set like in the 70s or something like that. And I was like, no, try about 100 years, nearly 100 years earlier. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. The Need, Helen Phillips, paleobiologist. Her home is invaded by a weird stranger who then departs and tells her to meet because she has something to tell her. This is a good little sci-fi adjacent novel. Yeah, it's specifically about like how far people go for family. That's kind of the long and short of it. I'm just counting how many books I've left to go. I have 29 left. No, wait. Yeah, 29. Alright, so I'm trying to flank through this. Even the Dogs, John McGregor. This was good. This was... God, what was I trying to compare this to before? He wrote a book called Reservoir 13, which is about a town. It's a young girl goes missing in this town. She's this girl from a family that was there on holiday, and then it follows this town and its inhabitants over the next 10 years, kind of like what effect has this had on the town. This is kind of that on a smaller scale, where basically this network of homeless people, disabled people and folks are like dealing with drug problems and mental health issues, kind of formed a dysfunctional safety net in the small town in Yorkshire, and it all falls apart over the span of like 2 days because of one event, and all the consequences of that like just roll into each other. It's really good. McGregor is an excellent novelist. He really likes to focus on like a time and like a place and follow it through a period of time. In this case, it's over like a couple of weeks, really, with the majority of it taking place over the span of a few days. Obviously, like I said, Reservoir 13 was over 10 years. Really good. Okay, Vernon Godlittle. So when I said before, I started reading books. Kind of a lot of stuff was, or most recently I've been reading stuff that was on, that was kind of been nominated for awards and things, and that's led me to like see a few recurring themes in novels, some of which I just haven't fucking liked whatsoever. The aforementioned English upper middle class person writing what they think is satire comes up way too much. One of the other type of novel I've read, I realise now, is a bunch of ones which are all very clearly inspired by Vernon Godlittle. A book that is probably like perfectly okay for most people, but my god, did I hate that style of writing. Look, it's a book also set in the aftermath of a fucking school shooting, so that didn't endear me to it. But like, it's just got such a rubbish sense of humour. It's not a fucking funny book. It's a book that desperately, like, is very clearly desperately like Eileen, actually similar kind of thing, has a very similar like particular idea of what humour is, and it's the narrator being a little weird. It's like, no, you actually have to have like, a sense of who this person is and how they fit in and blah blah. And to be fair, Vernon Godlittle does kind of get to that, but it's just such a, I don't know, it's a slog, and it's just, I did not enjoy it. Actually, if we're going to talk about kind of humour that does work, Wide Open. Probably going to put that in here. Not kind of like the, great tier, but it's still worth reading. This is set, I have to remind myself the name of the place. It's like this island on a bay somewhere near London. Yeah, it's in the Thames Gateway, so it's kind of this island that's on the Thames itself. And like, okay, this book doesn't entirely work for me, but it's, again, like in that kind of, like, it's got this very deliberate farcical nature where, like, even the idea of fate and coincidence are kind of tied into each other. It's okay, so there's actually a lot, because there's a lot of characters and they've all kind of got their own thing going on. But like this, it starts off with this fella meeting a guy who looks kind of like him and has his same name. Like, just kind of like standing on a bridge one day. He thinks he's about to jump off, but is in fact observing some cars. Anyway, the main thing is he ends up kind of getting invited to he ends up inviting this guy to an island, and it kind of disrupts the community around them. And like, it's very clear things have been falling apart for a while, but this is just kind of an additional catalyst to it. But there's kind of this, like, the thing that doesn't quite work for me is there is this undercurrent. There's a journal or letters that kind of keep being referred to that are someone's story, and they're very clearly like allegorical, and the kind, like, they figure into the narrative well, but I feel like they don't mesh particularly well. They kind of like stand out in the piece in a way that I don't feel like kind of works. But like the majority of the thing is just kind of like this small community just kind of like crumbling in on itself as people just like, as just like a couple of strangers turn up and go, what the hell is like kind of what on earth is going on here, basically. But yeah, no, that was enjoyable. Nicola Barker is the author of that. Let me do Midwinter Break by Bernard McCleverty. So I mentioned before, Liza Silence felt like a badge thriller that only got its nomination for Booker Prize because it was because it had to do with the North, kind of at a point where that was a topical thing in the UK. Bernard McCleverty's Midwinter Break is about an elderly couple that take a holiday in Amsterdam over Christmas. It almost entirely takes place in Amsterdam. It almost entirely focuses on the two of them kind of figuring out, like, when I say elderly, they're both kind of like, I think like late 60s. So, post-retirement, trying to figure out what they're doing, and trying to figure out kind of like where they mesh. Like, it's very clear, like, their children have moved, and like there's kind of a lack of communication there. They don't, there's this kind of very clear, like, empty nest kind of syndrome going on. And it's probably one of the best books about Northern Ireland that I've read, despite the vast majority of the book never even taking place there. In fact, the couple live in Scotland at the time the book starts. There were a couple of like little flashbacks and stuff relating to it, but it's just such, I'm going to move it up a bit even more. I think it is such a tight narrative, and this idea of like kind of like how best to describe it? Like the kind of reflection of like I said, both like in this case the children have moved away, they've both gone abroad, but like this idea of like, home and space and place all kind of being like distinct and potentially existing in different parts of the world at the same time. And yet conflict in one resulting in issues in the other. Look, it's a very good book. It's actually, again, probably one of the ones I would say, like, look, it's just worth reading generally. G by John Berger is about a young man who's only given the name or the initial G. He is a young Italian English man who basically kind of just acts as a what you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Don Juan. That's what I was trying to think of. And like the kind of like the disconnect, like John Berger is a very particular type of author. I don't always like his writing, and I will actually say, in a weird way, I don't like the writing in this novel, but I like the story of it, in a way. Like Berger has a very particular like tell don't show style, and like a way of like having a casual narrator who will just jump in and kind of like chat about stuff as it catches his attention, basically. But this just follows this fella growing up and like basically from kind of like the moments leading up to what led up to his birth, and then like his childhood and all the things that kind of befall him and kind of like lead him to be who he is, and kind of the kind of essential loneliness of his life. It's good. I'm gonna put it probably there, actually, maybe. Yeah, in a weird way, actually, these kind of two will probably kind of mirror each other rather well. Colm Tobin's writing carries a story which doesn't quite grab me. John Berger's story grabs me in a way that the writing can't keep up with, so they probably deserve to be kind of next to each other. Let me talk about one I don't like. Okay. Okay, so The Wall Creeper by Nell Zink. Young married couple move to Switzerland, where the husband works in a pharmaceutical company, I think, or biomedical company. Okay. Like I said, I've read a good kind of mix of stuff since kind of starting to read a lot of stuff that was nominated for awards. This falls into category of books about Europe written by Americans who don't know enough about Europe. Or maybe spent a summer or two in Europe and really thought they got it. This is kind of an embarrassing book, I feel. It doesn't help that it reads like something like fucking... what's his face? The corrections guy. Jonathan Franzen, is that him? Franzen, that's it. That Jonathan Franzen would have written if he was being a bit less verbose. God, I don't even want to go into that book. That book was bad. I don't even know what else she's written. Nell Zink. No. Oh, okay. Alright, bear with me. I just kind of clicked on the author biography in Goodreads because I wanted to see what else she'd written. Nell Zink. Okay. This isn't... Okay. Raised in Virginia, studied Westphal. She moved to Germany in May 2000, completing a PhD in media studies, blah, blah. So, okay. You said a bit of time. And then down here, Zinc caught the attention of Jonathan Franzen. So it is exactly what I said. My fucking God. How could it be? Oh my God. I've never been that on the nose of the book before. I tell you, like, that was... like, the fucking Patricia Lockwood book, which is specifically about her being terminally online, like, it didn't quite click with me who Patricia Lockwood was until I read the autobiography. They went, wait a minute, I recognise that name now. And I went, oh, okay, her. I have never put someone fucking to... Oh my God. Anyway, that book was bad. Don't read it. Purple Hibiscus. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. This is a book set is in the I think it's in kind of the early-ish 90s in Nigeria, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me just double check. Or maybe it's like mid. Oh, it doesn't... Anyway, it's about this pair of children who are growing up under kind of a very strict tyrannical... I might finish the music again. God damn it, I've been talking for too long. Who are growing up under this very strict and, like, basically tyrannical father figure, of actual father, like, desperately, like religious fundamentalist, but also, like, seems to be, like, generally opposed to, like, the kind of government of Nigeria, like, following a coup. So, like, principled, but a dickhead, basically. So obviously there is a parallel, an analogy going on there. But for a couple of reasons, they end up spending time. This family are incredibly well off, and over a week or two, these kids are basically, like, pretty much locked away when they're either at school or they're at home, and they're at basically their father's beck and call, and their mother too. The novel starts off, and it is very clear that this father has repeatedly beaten his wife to the point where she has miscarried multiple times. So it's like that sort of person. Anyway, they end up spending a few weeks with their aunt, I think it is, and cousins, who is a university lecturer, but at a kind of local university. So kind of on a, definitely nowhere near the wealth and privilege that their own family has. So it's just kind of this, again, it's kind of this parallel between, like, the tyranny of this military coup government and the father, and, like, then the disconnect between the better Nigeria, quote unquote, that the father is working towards, but also, like, the poverty that surrounds them outside their own personal compound, basically. And then kind of what goes on with that family after that. It's good. The only other novel of hers I've read is One Half of Yellow Sun, which is about all kind of set in and around the Nigerian Civil War following independence. So also very good. But I've liked the two of the novels of hers I've read so far. So yeah. Wish to talk about next. Actually, look. Speaking of overbearing fathers, amongst women, am I kind of putting that? That's kind of in a good spot. I'm just trying to make sure I'm thinking. There's definitely the novel. This one I read a while ago. Just making sure. Yeah. Okay. So. A fella who was a former soldier during the War of Independence. He was an IRA member. Is elderly. Is kind of control, quote unquote, over his family and his life has been slowly degrading over years, and he is just kind of losing it in a way. And his daughters, and his new wife, kind of try to manage him in a way. There's a lot in that novel. There's a lot about women in, again, kind of, this is a few of these other ones that were mentioned, but women in Irish society in the mid 20th century, the fallout of the Irish Civil War and how it kind of had repercussions, the kind of ideas of kind of pride as failure in a way, actually harming yourself and causing issues for you which you would otherwise not really need to be dealing with. So wait, is this tracking working? Oh, I just realised I never switched back on the actual tracking on this thing, so I've just been bobbing here. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Up. Anyway, yes. Monk's Moon, pretty good. Next one I'll grab. Staying on... Who's this by again? I can't see on the cover. I'm just kind of popping it there for the moment. I think I'm moving that elsewhere. Paul Scott. There we go. This is about an elderly couple who have stayed in India after independence. They're, old English people. They're settled in, excuse me, a decaying old hotel, and it's kind of what led them to stay there and kind of remain in place even as English society and British society in India was gradually replaced over time. What's just to say about it? It was just good. It was a good little story. Has a good also story with a good sense of humor. Definitely farcical in nature. Reminded me in some ways of G.G. Farrell's The Siege of Krishnapur, which is definitely more farcical, but this has a lot to it as well and works. It's got a good sense of humor. Okay, Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde. Did not care for. Young Dominican American kid seems to be kind of a bit of a failure. This is from like 2006, I think, or something like that, and has so many fucking pop culture references that like it feels like someone like that. It was a proto Ready Player One in some ways. Oh, I just didn't care for it. That, like, to be honest, that rubbed me the wrong way, and then I just wasn't grabbed by the rest of the story, and I just like couldn't care about it. The Detour by, oh god, what's your surname again? What is your name again? Gerbrand Bakker. Dutch? Yes, Dutch. Yes, that's it. I said that and realised what I sounded like, and I went, oh, okay, not that. Gosh, I need to remember that. Right, yes, sorry, I just had to quickly look at the summary on Goodreads to remind myself which one this was. Okay, yeah, so this is about a Dutch woman who rents a small Welsh farm for over Christmas holidays, and like whole place is falling apart. She's trying to figure out stuff basically about herself, and like kind of falls in with that whole life. Like, she's not on a mountain, she's not isolated on a mountain, but she is kind of a little isolated on a farm, except for the 10 geese, which the flock of which keeps shrinking. There is also, like, it's very clear she's not like renting there on a holiday. She is on the run from something. So that was a book this is the thing, I'm reading, I'm going like, I kind of don't remember reading this one, but I do, like, I've kind of gone, yeah, maybe kind of it's down here somewhere then, because I'm kind of like blanking on some of the details. I remember liking it. Okay, this one is a long title, so I'm gonna go through this one. So and you can't see it on this, but it's called When I Hate You, or A Portrait of the Writer as a Young Wife. So this is by Mina Kandasamy, who is she is Indian. This is about a woman like under like in kind of modern. Is it set in India? Yeah, it is set in India. Like under extreme coercive control, and again, like, this is, from what I understand, at least somewhat autobiographical. It is a very difficult read. Also, and it is interesting because included in the like general, like, you know, when we think of like coercive control, we think of like, you know, the cutting people off from family and like restricting, say, phone and internet use and things like that. This also, because it takes place in India, it is like, this is a person who is moved into a region in which she doesn't know the language. You know, so, you know, different parts of India, it's a large country, different, like, have kind of predominant, or well, have more predominant languages than others. And then, like, kind of culturally, she is cut off as well. So it's a really fucking harrowing and dark read, but excellently written. A magnificent piece of work. Just, but tough. The Incendiaries is about this fella who becomes worried his friend, maybe girlfriend, has become involved in a violent cult. He comes from a religious background, like, so it's an interesting kind of setup for this main character. He It comes from, he is transferred into this college from a Bible school or biblical school. He was strongly religious, lost his faith while he was in college, but it's not like he didn't actually come up from a religious background per se. He became very religious alongside his mother, kind of in his teen years, and reinforced his mother's faith, which eventually kind of got her involved in this kind of, but was just a mega church, so basically a cult. And then he goes off to college and becomes worried that his friend is involved in, has basically fallen into a cult in her own way. There is a. It's interesting to read it now as well, just because it's got a little bit of a Moonies kind of vibe to it, like in both kind of the religious sect that the main character belongs to, and then the cult that the maybe girlfriend is going part of. There's a good question of like how much is he responsible then for people like pushing her into it. It's a very good little book. Kind of got a few things that stuck in my craw, but like nothing too major. News of the World is good, but not great. It's I think it actually is a follow-up to another book, but I haven't read, but it's stood alone. I was happy enough to read it as it was. This elderly former a soldier is whom now makes his living by going around and reading newspapers in small towns around Texas. Or, well, I think at the time or in the book, it's kind of mostly in Texas. So he goes out and reads, especially for people who can't read, and that's how he makes his living. And he is asked to take charge of a woman or a young girl, basically, who was at some point abducted by, I can't think which group it was. What does it say on it? Kiowa? Well, not a group I was familiar with, but anyway, Kiowa group. So she's ended up, I think, like kidnapped when she was or taken when she was like 4 or 5, and now she's close to 10. So here's this young white girl who is, sees herself primarily as native, and now has been found and taken, and like is meant to be brought back to her family. I think it's her aunt and uncle. Her parents were killed at some point. He's just traveling through Texas. It's a kind of little like adventure story. It's a kind of pulpy thing. I liked it well enough. It wasn't like amazing, but it's as a read, it was fine. Wasn't kind of saying much. I wasn't trying to say much. I think it said some stuff I don't think it meant. Thought it was saying, but really good. Okay, Everything I Never Told You. This one. Where are you? You're probably sitting here. Ish, yeah. Yeah, actually, that's probably right. Young starts off with the teenage daughter of this family drowning in a local lake, and then it kind of goes back to find, how what happened. Was this a murder? Was it an accident? Was it suicide? What was it? And kind of like, so the whole kind of the premise, the family, there's the parents and the 3 children. The father is Chinese American. The mother is white. It's set in the 70s in Ohio, in a small town, and it's like all So basically, it is a story of like, it ends up, or it kind of ends up being this sort of story of like what happens when people don't recognize intersectionality even in themselves. Like it, here's a woman in the 70s who had ambition and is now like society decides she's going to be a housewife. And of course the father then, who was successful as a researcher, but because he don't is he I can't remember now, is he first or second generation? Anyway, no, it's his parents. Yes, it was his parents moved, and then he was brought with them. So like, so I guess someone who's like ethnically Chinese, is he like, how does he fit in? And obviously all the recent stuff kind of skips him by, and then what ends up happening as the follow on for the kids, is the fact that like the parents kind of end up like talking past each other and with their own issues, and the fact that the kids are dealing with all of them are like, anyway, it's good. It was a good little book. If you can't quite read it on that, Celeste Ng is the author. Quite like this. I've only a few left, and the last two I'm kind of going to talk about as a block. Exit West, Mohsin Hamid. Doors start opening up in war-torn countries, which leads to, mostly the West, and people start fleeing through them, and with the dangers of fleeing, kind of crossing the Mediterranean stuff going, it becomes there's a whole different kind of refugee crisis, or what people perceive as a crisis. It is a very like, I would, if I had to compare it to any other book, it would be Underground by Colson Whitehead. Sorry, in that it's kind of a series of anecdotes, it's a series of like real events fictionalized and kind of tied together into like a story linked by a kind of like fantastical device. But good. Homefire, by what is that author's name again? Camilla Shamsi. I believe is she's a Pakistani author. Not best to. Sorry, it's this one. A British Pakistani family deal with the fact that try to deal with the fact that their father joined not ISIS, because it's before that, maybe Al Qaeda. I can't remember if they actually stayed outright who he is working with. Basically, they become a target of the authorities and such because of his role and blah blah blah. Fast forwards about a decade later, as they've kind of managed to more or less straighten things out in their own lives, and these two sisters, their brother goes off and joins ISIS. And they, it's so it is a retelling of a play. The problem is that if I tell you which one it is, you might just know where this kind of story is going. And I think actually the moment where it kind of like where that book hits an initial like climax about 2/3 of the way through, like there's a great tension to it. that I kind of don't want to say exactly because it's going to, like, because it kind of spoils it. I actually think it was good. I think it was worth reading and I enjoyed it. It's, I feel like I'm just saying that over and over again with all these books, but I'm also trying to finish up because it's nearly midnight. But yeah, it's kind of, again, he joins ISIS, stuff happens, and then there is another thing that happens that leads to another thing happening, and it all kind of going to pieces. Okay. So leaving the Otacha station, the Ben Learner. So if this one is very clearly written by an American who spent a little bit of time in Europe and thought they really got it. This is a book about an American who lived in Europe for a little time and realized they really didn't fucking understand anything. It's about a fella, a kind of unreliable a poet, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he's a poet living in Madrid who has a severe case of imposter syndrome, maybe deservedly so, but also seems to be well liked by the artistic community in Madrid, and maybe worries that something is lost in translation. And then about halfway through, the Madrid bombings occur, and he becomes even more lost in what he thinks he knows and doesn't know about both Spain and its politics and the US. So it's quite good. There is I can't think of the author's name. Tommy Orange. It's a kind of gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, look, it kind of follows a bunch of characters leading up to powwow in Oakland. So they kind of all come together, and coincidence, kind of comes together, and it's actually, so it's kind of funny in that it uses a good bit of reality to just kind of go, look, basically there's kind of this, like I said, kind of a lot of coincidence, a lot of characters kind of coming together or interacting with each other or interacting with other people from their lives in the past, which they might not have expected to. But as the book basically points out, look, the native community, in the US and even in certain states is very small, so the odds of people running into each other isn't all that high, or isn't all that low. So it's quite good. It just kind of leads up to, just kind of follows a few characters who've all kind of got their own backgrounds. They're all dealing with different stuff as being part of different members of the native community in the US. Mostly, it's Oakland. It's all kind of West Coast sort of stuff primarily, and kind of where things overlap. Again, kind of has some thematic overlaps with all the things I never told you, or everything I never told you. Okay, nearly there. Stay With Me was okay. That's a novel set in... reminding myself here now. Nigeria. Yes, it is Nigeria. Gosh. I best have described this. Woman married her husband, desperate to have a family due to various issues. Her first two children both die very young, and at the time of the birth of the third one, she becomes completely detached, convinced that this won't have a happy ending. Stay With Me is also I think as a, if I remember correctly, is the translation of one of the child's names, if I remember correctly. So like, kind of there's a whole kind of point in the hope of like that kid will actually survive. Anyway, so it was good enough. It wasn't like, it didn't kind of, it kind of didn't settle much in my mind. Oh yes, The Memory of Love. This was the one I was trying to. These two I was kind of trying to get my head around. I can't remember quite which one's which. I was glancing over and having a look at the summaries to remember which one which. Memory of Love is set in Sierra Leone. It is post the Civil War. It follows a couple of people, but the main person being do we have his name on here? No, he's a psychologist from the UK who goes to work there in an attempt to help people who have dealt with trauma during the Civil War, and kind of learning over time that trauma is temporal, and the act of trauma itself is temporal and very much based in a time and a place, and he kind of has to comes to terms with the fact that he is not that basically, he may not be the right person to be dealing with some of this stuff. It's good. It's it kind of is very much a bit of a stranger in a strange land kind of thing as well, but it's good. Okay, this one, Promise. Putting the Promise into Promise is probably fine. Damon Galgut, it's his first novel of his. This actually won the Booker a couple of years ago, and I didn't quite get it. Oh, why? So it's set in South Africa over a span of about, I want to say about 30 years. The titular promise is so basically each chapter kind of focus on the death of one particular family member. So it opens with the death of the mother of this family, and the daughter, this young daughter, maybe overheard before her mother died that the house and the land that her servant family live on should be given to them at the time of her death. The daughter tells this to the son of the servant woman, says that that because it's a promise made, that will be kept. And the stories, of course, South Africa, of course, the land is never turned over to them over the time, and each generation that someone else dies, well, it was just kind of there's no I feel like it definitely felt like a novel that was trying to go it is very clear where it was trying to make its points, but the points just weren't very fucking good, and I feel like it just kind of overlooked a lot of stuff. Also, definitely a novel that felt like it was funny, and maybe wasn't quite so. Right, let us do. We have a few more here now. Watercure, probably going in low here, right? This is one I read recently enough. This is kind of no, wait, is this the one that had this might be the one that had the Margaret Atwood quote, but it said from Twitter. Actually, hold on. Let me have a look. Watercure. Yes, a gripping, sinister fable, Margaret Atwood, via Twitter, according to the cover. God, so 3 sisters grew up on this island, Omi Peninsula, with their psychiatrist, psychologist, counselor father, and their mother. They are told basically that they're kind of cut off from the world for their own safety, due to some unspecified disaster that may be like started like a plague of like violence against women. It's a book that's very clearly trying to paint, trying to create a fable, but it's a bit unclear the story was coming from. Basically, the father disappears, like assumed dead. They're on an island. It's like stuff washes up on the beach. Basically he's dead. But it's also like it is suggestive of a world that is post-apocalyptic, but also maybe the daughters have just been kept through, again, coercion and fear to believe that the world is out to get them. But it's a book with a kind of with some messy ideas. It was still good, and it's still like a good read. It just kind of maybe fell a little apart. Okay, last year, Woman Next Door. Okay, this is definitely on this kind of line here as well. That's a book that's kind of nearly at the point of having something to say. Again, another book set in South Africa. Let me find I'm trying to think the main character's name. The 2 women living next door to each other, both elderly. Gosh, where is that? Hold on, I'm gonna put it up here now. There we go. Yeah, so there we go. Attention, Marion. The 2. So one is an elderly white woman who is grossly racist, and the other is an elderly black woman who is obviously not. In what was kind of like designed as a white suburb. Oh, hey Sass, you're back to me talking about books, reaching the ones I've read over the last while. Welcome. I'm nearly done. I'm on the 75th one now. So it just kind of like it's a book that is kind of about old and new South Africa. It's a book that's about old and new Africa as well. But it kind of just feels a bit like a sort of movie you might see on like TV on a Sunday, like a Maver TV movie, kind of feel good sort of thing. I don't know if it's really on that cusp of like, is this a book I think is like, no, I should put it down here. Like, is this a book that I feel is kind of good? No, is it kind of good, or is it like on just this side of like, okay, I'll probably leave it there for the moment, but yeah. Okay, the last 5. Okay, This Side of Brightness by Cullen McCann. Follows. So this is there are 2 sides of this narrative. This is a book set in the late. So it's set in the late 1910s in New York, and then also set in New York in the early 1990s, I think. The 1910 side of it follows the life of this man Nathan Walker, who is working on digging like the subway lines that run under the East River, and himself, his 3 friends, who basically caught in a horrific accident while under there, and like the effect that has on their life. And then on the other side of that, it's following this young homeless man, well, not young, but this, I suppose, kind of middle-aged homeless man nicknamed Tree Frog, who is living in the sewers in New York, and like him just basically trying to like it just follows. It follows his like. I suppose what kind of like caused him to end up where he is, and then somewhere in the middle, the two stories, as we work Tree Frog's story back, Nathan Walker's story forward, the two intersect to the point, and we get a couple of turning points, which is kind of a typical Colm McCann novel. He's just a solid writer. He's in that same boat as Sebastian Barry. He just writes well. Do I love all the stuff? No, but it's always like a good, that was fine to read. Okay. The final one here, Transcendent Kingdom, a novel. I have to remind myself which one that was. How long ago did I read that book? A different cover, I'm pretty sure. Oh, right, this one. This is really good. Transcendent Kingdom. Okay, this was just taking me a moment. Where am I putting you? You're up somewhere here. Probably that. Okay. So... It's about... young woman is... working in a neuroscience department in Stanford. Anyway, some big college anyway. When her mother, her Ghanese? Hold on. What's the proper term for someone who's born in Ghana? Is it Ghanese? Ghanaian. Ghanaian. Anyway, Ghanaian American mother, who clearly suffers from extreme depression, kind of moves in with her. Tragedy with stuff. It ends up being the story. It's kind of very quickly revealed that the main character, Gifty, her brother, died of an Oxycontin overdose. Become hooked on opiates after being prescribed Oxycontin, and her, what kind of happened to her family, and obviously how that affected her mother, kind of badly. And her own interest in medicine, specifically about addiction and stuff like that. It's an interesting story because it also uses modern Ghana as a comparison point to the modern United States. I'm trying to think what part they're actually living in. I know it's mentioned a couple of times. I know she's in Alabama, that's it. So the difference of life in Alabama in kind of the modern United States and Alabama versus kind of modern life in Ghana. There's a whole section of that. It's quite good. I quite like that book. I just had to take a moment to remember because some of these covers are not the ones that were on the books I had. So the last three here, I'm going to talk about together because they might guess they all fit together. Pat Barker's The Women of Troy. This is a follow-on to The Silence of the Girls, which was a novel which takes place right before, leading up to... it's the... Silence of the Girls basically covers the events of the Iliad leading up to Achilles' death. Women of Troy follows on, and it's kind of the post-fall of Troy. So as the girls was kind of notable for, as the name suggests, actually kind of basically not having the female characters talk at all, while there was internal monologuing from Briseis, who's the narrator, she being the quote-unquote wife of Achilles. Oh, you have to... Okay, well, Circe I liked. There we go, that's my short version, Beryl. You can watch the VOD and catch the rest of it in a bit. So Women of Troy follows the arrival of Achilles' son, Pyrrhus, in the Greek camp. I suppose no, he arrived before the fall of Troy. But anyway, it's kind of focused around him and his relationship with the other kings and soldiers who've been now at Troy for about a decade, and of course the unwielding winds of the Adriatic, which are keeping the Greek army trapped in on the shores of Troy until sacrifice is made. Yeah, but I installed the Use Suck Leon mod that turns the party items for Leon to say that. That is a good mod. Anyway, so Women of Troy focuses primarily on the named captured women, who were a bit taken from Troy. Obviously Helen appears, but again, it's a lot of Cassandra and others who appear in this, and kind of it focuses on their life within the Greek camp before they're to be taken, split up and brought to the varying Greek kingdoms as prizes. So I'll talk about that a bit more, but I just want to jump into the Song of Achilles then by Madeline Miller. This is from a few years ago now, and this one follows the life of Achilles. Well, it follows the life of Achilles, but it mostly follows the life of what's his face, Patroclus. I never know how to pronounce his name. And takes whereas Silence of the Girls and Women of Troy have some slight references to Greek, to divinity and the Greek gods and such. A Song of Achilles is much more explicitly takes all that into account. Achilles is raised by who's the god? Who is the? Is it Chiron? Is that the name of the centaur that teaches Achilles tongue? Anyway, there's a lot more of that in it, and it presents Achilles as a very sympathetic character, who was caught up in a war he does not wish to fight in, and treats is most definitely not interested in the women around him. He only has eyes for Patroclus, and he makes the home on the beaches of the Troy livable. Putting those two, putting the Pat Barker novel next to Song of Achilles, Song of Achilles kind of feels like propaganda in a way. Barker spends so much time just basically talking about the shit that is on the ground, both literal and figurative. The Greek encampments, are just disgusting because they're temporary barracks that end up being lived in for 10 years. There's Pat Barker wrote the Regeneration trilogy, which was which primarily focused on the experiences of people, in World War One, and then like their lives afterwards, and trying to deal with, shell shock, as it was called, and the trauma and PTSD of being there. And she takes that idea and brings it into ancient Greece, and it just fucking works. Like, it is a perfectly written piece. Song of Achilles feels a bit like breathier in a way, if I can use that term. Like, it feels a bit lighter in scope. It isn't by no means a bad book, but it just feels like Pat Barker is taking the story of Troy and looking at it through a modern lens. Madeline Miller is taking the story of Troy, the ancient story of Troy, and bringing it to I'm putting it in modern, I'm basically kind of like putting it in a modern language, in effect. She's very good use of profanity, actually. There's only a couple of, and then there's 2 times the word fuck is used, and the one I specifically remember was like the king that no one likes using it in front of people, and everyone just getting really pissed off at him. And like, that's a good use of that, like taking that, like to take a work that might be not greatly accessible and put it into modern terminology and use language in that way is very clever. However, I just think as a story it kind of falls, but it's very much on that like borderline there of like, is this fine, or is this still good? It's probably kind of down the end here, and Women of Troy is probably like up here somewhere. Circe then follows, as the name suggests, Circe. Like the other one, it takes the stories of Greece as true, and again uses modern language and storytelling to explain and what do you say, kind of describe the story, like Circe, like to put Circe in a modern context of like, who is she, what is her role in the story of Odysseus, and and all those. And I think Circe, on the other hand, is actually very good, because it does, whereas Achilles kind of feels like there's a little bit of smoothing over. Circe just feels like, no, we're in fact going to dig deeper into this and just take, like, because there's some contradictory stories in Greek mythology. There's some, there's some incomplete ones. So she just goes, well, let's just put it all together and build a portrait of a person. And I think in that case, she's actually gotten she's actually done a really good job of painting Circe as a full character, and just giving us a good, well-rounded picture of a person who's usually kind of overlooked in Greek mythology as just someone who's a footnote in Odysseus' story. And that's the 80 books I read this year. Want to know the funny thing? Because I thought because of my issues with like moving and not moving, I packed a bunch of stuff away in January this year, including all my books, and at some point the tablet I normally use for reading ebooks. I've read all of these books since the 24th of June this year. That's the date I finished. I think the first one I read, according to Goodreads, was maybe. What's the first one I read? Yeah, the first one I read was Women of Troy. What did I finish that? Goodreads tell me. Goodreads tells me I finished this book on the 25th of June. I read 80 books, and I've read 79 other books since then. This is why it took me so long to stream. I've had too many damn books to read. No. Anyway, it's 12:30. Wait, shit, was I streaming for 6.5 hours? Did I stream Vampire Survivors for like 2.5 hours and then spend 4 hours talking about the books I've read this year? Holy crap. Oh shit, okay. Well, suppose I better look for someone to read. Alright, just for hanging out for all of this. I was going to do some like general like chat stuff. I had other stuff set for that, but maybe I'll leave that for another day. There we are. There's the... Who's online? What is Raffy playing?
They could shoot cum. Yeah, why is this so generic?
No, sorry. Okay. Bree started and finished streaming while I would. Oh god. Okay, didn't even notice that. What are you playing? Is that? So I'm trying to figure out what game. Okay, this I don't know what game this is, so I'm gonna send you over to this because it's weird and interesting. Oh, is that the? Is that Scorn game? Is that what this is? This might be Scorn. Okay. Raid. Graphite hello. Anyway, cheers for hanging out. Like I said, I'm gonna figure out kind of how my own schedule is going, and then I will at some point stream more. If there's a new, I want to catch up with the Vampire Survivors updates, considering I only unlocked like one thing there, and it's the most basic thing I could unlock. Considering there's a new character that seems to be unlocked and all that sort of stuff, so yeah. Oh, I got nice sleeping music for the end of the stream. Okay. Take care, everyone. I'll probably put something up on Discord and Twitter whenever I end up streaming again. But in the meantime, take care. Bye.